Hello everybody. Let me just get this set up, and hopefully this time we won't end up with my massive face all over the screen of the gaming like we did a little while back. Yesterday's streams I got rid of. It was ridiculous that it didn't capture. I spent 2 hours as well trying to sort out some of the quality of the stream. I'm hoping I've got there with it. So apologies for that, people. It's a constant learning. And what is it with that thing? Sorry, when you stream on YouTube, it can be a bit annoying. Right. Looks okay. Looks like it's working. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining me and for viewing. I appreciate it. I really do. Feedback from the polls was great. Helped me make the decision. So thank you for that. All to the good. And we're back to the digging. Right. So what have we got here? Oh yeah, I'd made it to the mill at stupid o'clock this morning. That's all good. My insomnia is killing me, and I need some sleep. See if I can roll the machine again down here. Managed that last night. Rarity, but it does happen. Do love the way the graphics are improving a bit in game. It's nice to see problems that have been in the game getting slowly sorted out. It's great. Love it. Absolutely love it. So yeah, I went with the compactor all over this area last night just to give me a bit more smoothness on the rolling around, stop the wheels falling in holes. It really does help. So yeah, it's a bit of an expense at the start of the game, but the compactor is worth having. So yeah, GPS. Do the GPS guide right now at the start. Setting up GPS, I'll go through it again. I'm just going to back this machine up to about there so that I don't make a dent when I do it. But yeah, the GPS is already fitted. To fit the GPS, buy it in the shop, get it into your inventory, go into the inventory of the machine, click on equipment, and you'll come to this screen. There's a couple of empty slots here for the GPS receiver. Just drop it in and off you go. I don't like it on the top of the cab, but that's the way it is at the moment. I could take off a light and put it in somewhere else. There's a few things. This is also the menu where you buy parts for repairs and stuff, and yeah, we're about halfway through that. So, okay. So yeah, once you've got your GPS fitted and everything, put the bucket in the position that you want the height of the GPS to be set. And I'm going to set it slightly above this floor, like that. Go to the inventory, bring up your mouse pointer, go to just under this player inventory bit, and there's a set 0 button. Just click. Nice and easy. And that zeroed the level on the GPS to the bucket. And this GPS is basically just a reference point, a 0 point. Some people would call it a datum if you're into your engineering. So now my datum is set down at the level of this floor. So it doesn't matter where I dig over there. I know that as long as I'm above those lines, I'm not below the level of this floor, which is kind of handy. So we've got this hopper here. The mine faces over there, which perhaps isn't the best. Might have to rebuild some machinery. So let's just dig a bit more for fun. Start taking out the stuff that's nearer, I guess. Maybe. This is my problem. After 1,600 hours of game testing, I'm kind of at a loss of what to do here. So I'm just looking around at the moment and imagining whether I can, how I'm going to build really, and where. keep stripping back until I get to the end of these coal seams and see where I'm at, I guess. The distance involved is getting a little bit extreme. As in, more time driving, less time digging slows you down. For clearing the topsoil, I could just build a sales point like right next to where I'm digging. It's a method. I've seen other people using it. I've used it myself. It does work. But it isn't my favorite method, I'll give it that. So I think I'm going to end up temporarily extending this conveyor hopper. May well be the way forward. Okay. The question is, do I just bring up two? Yeah, let's build it up rather than digging it down. Oh, I do need to dig it in at some point, but then I'd have to drive over the hole. Okay, yeah, I'm going to extend it that way. And then I can bring it back to here for the next run. That'll work. Okay, yeah, that's the way we're going to do it. So let's sledgehammer this out. Get close enough to actually sledgehammer it out. There we go. Okay, and now we're going to need from the inventory a conveyor down. Sometimes a bit counterintuitive, but I am building backwards, and that brings me up to this height. Reasonable. Okay. Go back into the inventory. Where is it? There it is, conveyor straight. Don't want my concrete blocking that slot. Put the conveyor in there. Put the wall there. Okay. And I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 of those conveyors. So let's go and pick up another one or 2 from the production menu here. I've got a feeling that this menu is going to change in the next update, but we'll see what happens there. And then once it goes through that and gets sorted out, it needs to go through a... Yeah. I'm not going to build any more big machine yet. I don't know where it's going and I need more money. Okay. Who doesn't need more money at the end of the day? Go to the map, just check out these manufacture wood sheets. That's what we're on. So the wood sheets that are made out of... Yeah, they are logs, okay. So I'm going to need to do some logging at some point. Wish there was a machine for that, but that would make it farm sim, so... 1, 2, 3 gets me to there. Oh, I'm going to be pushing this for build, but we'll give it a go. Haha, yeah, I love it. That new thing that they have done is brilliant. I do like it. All right, get some more floor panels, or do I just make them out of wood? Yeah, we'll buy them. Got the money. Well, I prefer the concrete look for the flooring, so I don't see a wood floor taking a 50-ton machine very well. If you see what I mean. Go with 36 of them this time. Oh, so you can connect flooring to hoppers straight out. Okay. I'm not even going to worry about the flooring for the moment. Move that out of inventory slot 1 so I don't keep selecting it. suppose I should get out the dumper truck at some point, but we'll see. As you can see, once you get into a rich resource, money sort of starts coming in. When I say a rich resource, coal will do. You can just start digging through a coal seam and you can make enough cash for a bigger machine quite quickly. Incidentally, I tend to dig freehand quite a lot. I use the GPS later on, like when things get more advanced, to keep things like the bottom of the pile level, and when building bridge piers, when you want the landscape on the other side of a gap, the same height for constructing across and that kind of thing, it can be useful. But realistically, it's probably more useful in an excavator where you don't want to go down too deep. Maybe for road building long distance, you can set the level of your objective and start building it up with dumper trucks. That's kind of handy. Yeah, there are a few different ways of using it, but pretty much it's just a level, you know, just gives you a point. It's kind of handy. This is about 100% of the gameplay, other than the construction. It's all about the dig. As I say in my review of the game, if you don't like digging, go home. This is a hardcore digging sim, of course. A lot like some others that are out there. This one is less limiting. You've got more construction ability. The map's completely modifiable. Other games are a more competitive layout. They tend to do competitions and that kind of thing. And it'd be kind of cool if there was some kind of friends leaderboard for, you know, how much money your company's made or whatever. That'd be pretty sweet. But yeah, I think it's time to flat floor it anyway. But yeah, I reckon coming up a block and flat flooring that and building a hop around is probably the best move here. Purchase concrete. I have 30 of those as well. And we'll have a bit more concrete floor, I think. Probably going to be necessary. Okay. Sorry, if you see me wincing, I've been left in permanent pain from nerve damage. 20 years of being a tradesman doing heavy lifting, one visit to the NHS and my back stuffed. Wangers. Yeah, my hatred levels are pretty high for the people who put in the cutbacks on the NHS a few years back that resulted in my injury. Because if they'd done it the traditional way, I probably wouldn't have suffered this. But because they chose a way that is, and our survey says, cheaper, I'm now here. That's the fact of the matter. The tightwads in the world that think, oh, we'll save here, oh, we'll scrimp there, and that profit is the best thing, are killing us. So anyone who's studying accountancy, you are actually the devil. I'm not talking about the people who do your books. I'm talking about the people who tell businesses that this financial method would be better. And sure, if the business needs to be surviving, yeah, probably the way. But when you're talking about healthcare, that's a shitty way of doing things. I used to work in medical making stuff. So yeah, I've seen the bad side of the NHS and I've seen the bad side of medical. And the standards I was held to whilst making stuff for the NHS, it would have been nice if those same standards were applied when, you know, I needed them to be. But hey, story of my life. Sorry, I've had enough recently. It's, as I stated in one of my posts on the comments recently, last year was bad and this year's not looking any better. That's not going to work out so well, I've just realised. So it's that bit there, okay. This is where the excavator can be useful, is prepping this kind of thing. However, I'm going to try it with the loader and see what happens. It's only that little corner that I want to get rid of, so hopefully this will work. But using the loader as a bulldozer or a digger can be very ineffective, can just make a mess. But hey, making a mess is what the mining games are about, so. Since I'm covering it with flooring anyway, why even worry? But this method of loading hoppers is how you run the machine back to quite a serious position. Can take a little while for your sorting drums to process everything when you dig it out like that. As you see, that may run for a while. Right, that's a bit better. Get some more flooring in over here. Now, I just to inform everyone, at some point I will be walking away from the stream and taking a break, and because of the nature of things in my household, I sometimes get called away because people have fallen over or require assistance. So if that happens, can only apologise. I'll stick a message in the chat that I'll be back in a few minutes or whatever to let you guys know that I haven't just wandered away forever. I don't like that edge. Is there a way I can get rid of that by putting them on? No. Oh well, guess I'll just have to live with it and use it as a way to stop my machine from falling in the hole, which might come in handy, but probably wouldn't have noticed on the other one because it was sticking up. Yeah, they are roof panels after all. It's not like they're a specific hopper thing. You schmuck. There we go. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, there we go. That's better. All right. Need some more bits of wool. Go to the concrete wall. Have another 20 of them as well. Let's start spending. After all, you can't take it out of the game. Yeah, we'll coat these blocks just for fun. And then take out the ones on the back. Just to keep things a little bit more tidy. Okay. Kind of want to listen to music whilst I'm playing, but I find it annoying listening to other people's music, and my taste is terrible, so I expect no one would like it. Especially YouTube's copyright thing, of course, but most of the music I listen to is really old, so it might be like out of that now. Annoying. There we go. You go through a lot of floor panels. It's why I want to get into the gravel at the start to make concrete, but making concrete's a bit of a nightmare. So we'll have another 36. See how quickly I can bankrupt myself in floor panel. I'll probably end up ripping most of this out again anyway, but it is just temporary. Just enough to get the vehicle in and out to the hopper. That's all I need. Yeah, you got another 14, use it. I'll leave that one down there for the moment because I'll be back down there later on. Okay. Now what I could do is go in from above and bulldoze it by building the hopper right up to the hill, but yeah, I'll get onto that later. That's industrial, and that involves a bulldozer, and I can't be bothered. Though I've heard the bulldozer is vastly improved, so it might not be as bad as it used to be. Definitely not enough space for it over at this side right now. To anyone out there who's wondering about my music taste after my comment earlier, it's because I'm into punk music, and that isn't really something that's socially acceptable with the masses, even though it's early 90s stuff, so it's not so bad. I also like a bit of metal. I also like really laid back sort of semi-classical stuff. So yeah, it just depends on the mood. I don't really have like a genre. I just jump around and like, oh, that's good. Oh, well, yeah, okay, it's them. Well, it's still good. Jeez. What's wrong with this household? Sorry, but when you close the door hard enough that you shake an entire floor panel in a mock-tudor house that probably weighs a few tons, you're probably closing the doors too hard. It's not like he's pissed off. He's just 15 stone, 6'6", and doesn't know his own strength because he's nearly 80. To give you an idea, he grabbed my hand to look at a splinter that I got in it the other day and nearly broke it because he just squeezed it full force, and he spent his life working with hand tools, which when your hand is relaxed and you're not expecting it, really freaking hurts. He doesn't know he's doing it. So if anyone knows anything about this, like old age cause people to not lose all the feedback in their hands or something? Or is it something to do with something worse like Alzheimer's? I could do with some advice on that one, because don't even think about phoning a freaking doctor in the UK. It's pointless. They're very limited on what they can do, I believe, these days, behind the scenes, legally, to stop them getting sued and stuff. I don't know. Maybe reduce costs on the NHS. Reduce costs. Well, that's great, but you're going to reduce the taxes? No. Well, then stop taking away services. Stop giving it away to other people and start paying back your taxpayers. Oh, yeah. I'm steaming. Still steaming. Partially because I can't do anything about changing my own life for the better at the moment. Can't even get the information I need out of the NHS about what they did to me as to whether it's strong enough to hold for me to go back down the gym and do physical. That's the state of healthcare in the UK. So those in places that don't have state healthcare, just remember, it ain't all it's cracked up to be. I've got a t-shirt that says that on. The future, it isn't all it's cracked up to be. But yeah. Also got a couple of other t-shirts with some ironic comments on. I do like some of the t-shirts that come out of some of the other creator channels. They're brilliant. One that sticks out is I think it was a limited edition hoodie when one of the guys who does firearm videos from the States had a little accident with his 50 cal and it exploded and it put a chunk of metal into his neck. Luckily his dad was there. But the comment was, stick your thumb in it. Keep your thumb in it to stop it bleeding, because the guy was going to bleed to death, which is pretty horrendous. What was his name? Grand Thumb? Something like that. But yeah, I do like some of the firearms videos because I do a bit of airsoft. In the UK, firearms are less common than they are elsewhere. So people with the skills to use them are actually a little bit rarer than they might be in other countries. Though the government are trying to prevent gun ownership by increasing the cost of the licenses. I expect another increase next year. They just 2.5 times it this year. It's unreal. I was thinking about taking up, recreational target shooting as a hobby, but at those kind of costs, I won't be doing that this year. Maybe as a YouTube creator, I can get invited to one of these things and use someone else's for a bit. That'd be kind of cool. You see a lot of stuff, on other people's videos where they go to these things and get invited to these things, but they've got thousands and thousands of subscribers and one of those nice silver plaques with the YouTube logo behind them. Currently, I just have the mess that is my bookshelf and a pile of computer bits that are on the sofa. So yeah. Classic bloke who's forced to live in one room, and it wouldn't have made a difference if I'd had a successful life and the family and my own home and everything like that, because in the last 5 years I would have lost it all anyway. So realistically, I was kind of worried I wasn't getting anywhere in my life, but now it kind of doesn't matter. What's the point in building anything when you pick up something too heavy and twist with it and you're gone? Like, it's very difficult to plan for the future when there might not be one. Don't know how my friends with cancer are dealing with that, but since I don't hear from them much, perhaps they aren't. Or perhaps they're dealing with it in the same way I am. Constant prospect of losing your ticket. Lovely. Don't get me wrong, various points in my younger years, that was a significant option, but at least I knew it was someone else doing it, not my own body just failing. And I kind of know when, because, when stuff like that happens, it's generally you're prepped, But, it's kind of weird because, like, for me, filming a live stream, if something happens and I just keel over on the live stream, I might be sat there with you guys looking at me for a little while before anyone finds me in this household. Okay, just as a heads up, pretty traumatic thing for you to see. So I'll give you a bit of a warning if it happens. I don't think it will, but you just don't know, do you? When you have zero medical advice on your condition. Can't believe those smucky doctors didn't keep the records properly. I mean, geez. If I got one number wrong on a batch number on the chest strains that I was making, yeah, irony, I get killed by a chest strain. And I kind of used to make them. That's kind of ironic. But yeah, when I was making those, the NHS procurement officers who check all your stuff out and ensure you're up to code and all that, if they find a number wrong on a batch or anything like that, you just got to bin the lot. Like, it's total waste of plastics and resources. It really is. So I started shredding it and sending it for recycling as a way to recover the costs for the company, which everyone said was a really stupid idea. And then they saw how much money I was getting for the recycling because it was clean, recycled plastic rather than dirty. And they were like, oh, so that can go straight back into the manufacturing chain as long as it's not medical. I'm like, yeah. That was 2001, 2002. So yeah, I was thinking ahead to this environmental stuff a long time ago, which is why I get quite pissy with people today who go on about it. It's like, well, you're a bit late. The time to save the world was the late 90s, early noughties. It's kind of too late now, past the tipping point. All of this ecological net zero carbon is just crap. It's utter tosh. The more people there are on the planet, the more people there are breeding, the more CO2 you're going to generate. Base fact. Plants eat CO2. It's actually a food source for them. So if you stop producing it, you're actually going to reduce a certain amount of food for the plants that generate it into oxygen. It's kind of a recyclable in the atmosphere. Whereas once it gets above a certain altitude, it doesn't really come down so easily, so it's very difficult for plants to reprocess. When's the last time you saw a plant growing at 32,000 feet? The airliners have got to go if you're going to save the world, and until they admit that, it's kind of a bit pointless banning everything from the people on the ground where there's plants that can deal with it, and continuing to burn 2 tons of jet fuel taxiing for takeoff. I mean, hell, why don't they do like they do on the blooming aircraft carriers? You could save a lot of fuel by kind of taxiing with a tractor to the runway so that your engines don't have to do it. Likewise, if the airports had some kind of electromagnetic track in the taxiways with sleds that could grab the front wheels, the aircraft could be pulled to the departure point and save that 2 ton of fuel taxiing and stuff. But hey, you know, maybe that would be too sensible. Of course, we could all decide that we don't need high-speed travel by boat in comfort with nice meals and a bed. Because you can get a bed on a plane, but you can't get decent food. Yeah, I managed to screw up and sprain everything in my chest this morning just by looking downwards into a pond without thinking about it, ironically. This is what I mean by I can screw myself up doing anything. Otherwise, I'd have been streaming a bit earlier. But there's also the fact that I got to sleep at about 7 a.m. and woke up at about midday, so 5 hours. About average, you know, when you work shifts on various things. Don't know about anyone else who's probably the Navy. But when you're on 4 hours on, 4 hours off for a long time, it gets a bit hard. Prefer the 8-hour shift pattern, 3 watches. That's a bit better. Just to make it clear, I've never been in the Navy, but I've had to work on these kind of patterns before in teams to maintain round-the-clock coverage on stuff. So yeah, that was a bit of fun when you're short-staffed. We eventually, because we were only working short shifts in sort of like operations were about a week long. That 4 hours on, 4 hours off was only a week, and it wasn't too bad. But if you were doing it for like a while, it you can't even tell what day of the week it is. I think the longest I did it for was a couple of weeks. we were short-staffed. They eventually realised that we just couldn't cover what we were trying to cover, so they got some more people in, which was kind of handy. But we had to train them because it was a pretty specialised role. So, yeah, entertaining. Back in the days when it was okay to get worked up when someone attacked you. These days, you get attacked, you respond, and everyone calls you the bad guy. Just ask Benjamin Netanyahu. Dark irony of all that, people forget that Netanyahu's brother was killed by terrorists who hijacked an airliner at a place called Entebbe. Just consider that when he offers peace to these people. He knows what he's on about. He knows loss. A lot of Israelis do. I guess that's the thing. Until you've been there, you can't understand those decisions. Never mind the fact that those decisions aren't really very nice. There's an awful lot of, shall we call it, virtue signalling or moral reassurance in the leftist and liberal culture. Yeah, if you need that kind of reassurance, you're not that stable a person. In the same way, I can't trust anyone who's into religion. Why do I need a father figure looking over me all the time, judging me? Like what? You're too afraid to take responsibility for your own life and your own actions. That applies to whichever faith you look at. Certain ones more than others. Never understood that one, some of the wording. But there we go. Don't get me wrong, I do have some strong faith beliefs, but not in mainstream religions. All made by man, for man, with man's rules. Thereby they are flawed. To be close to whatever deity is in your faith, go out in the woods. Get close to nature. Nature's the closest thing to a god there is on this planet. End of story. Whatever else is out there, can't measure it, can't look at it. But nature keeps us alive. That is why they call it Mother Nature. Just wish more regard was shown for it in my country. They converted all of the sodium road lights to the LED type, which provide a whiter, natural, more daylight type thing, which as an astronomer is really annoying. You could get filters to filter out the sodium light frequency, so you could still actually see through all of the murky light pollution. But with these natural light filters, you can't, because it's the same frequencies as starlight. Yeah. Add in the fact that it's the same frequencies as daylight, so along the roads, in all of the hedges and everything, the birds sing at like 3, 4 in the morning near the crossings. They just sing all night. They're insomniacs. They never go to sleep. So that's one way that these daylight lights are messing up the environment. Another way is when they were first installed in the summer, they were attracting all the insects all the time, and they're wondering why all the insects are dying, and they're blaming like insecticides and that kind of thing, and they are probably right. But has anyone looked into the fact that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them are killing themselves on the lights every hour at night and not breeding? You know, like, come on, guys, figure that one out. But of course, you're not going to see that effect now because there's not enough insects to do it anymore. All the ones that have done that are dying off. Classic example is what's known as a maybug. They look really aggressive, but they've got no sort of sting or bite. They've just got really scratchy legs and get tangled in your hair. Come out once a year in the UK. Can't remember their actual Latin name or whatever, but they they are declining. They are disappearing, and I was finding them under these lights dead in the morning, and their average lifespan's a couple of weeks, and they come out a couple of days before, and now they're in piles dead by the lights, and they've just exhausted themselves, battering themselves against it. They do the same thing against windows if you've got lights that do that frequency. But hey, I mean, I'm personally okay with the streetlights being turned off at midnight, but that's because I've got eyes that can see in the dark. It's kind of cool having a really dark world. We had a power cut a little while back, and I went for a walk, and it was awesome. You see so many stars. There was just no power for miles around. It was good. Really good. Not good that it was boring. I couldn't play computer games, but, you know. This is the problem with my sunken hopper design. If you don't put railings on it, you end up dumping your machine into it. It's okay when you've got these angles on the sides, but if you make it a bit deeper with a vertical bit at the bottom, it can be a bit awkward. Not to say that I've dumped a loader into a hopper and just back end of the loader sticking out of it before now. It's happened. Hopefully it'll happen again on a live stream or something so that we can all be entertained. Because like all of these things, when the funny stuff happens, you're not filming. That's why I've gone over to live streaming. That way I'll be able to like download the footage and cut a bit that's funny out and turn it into one of these shorts, because no one's got an attention span anymore or the dedication to do anything that requires more than 5 minutes of effort. Seems that way anyway. And that's not just gaming or people generally. That's even governments. You know, if it's not fast return, they're not interested. Which is fine, but when it comes to countries and stuff, you've got to think long term. And in this country, one government seems to come in, make a load of changes. Another government comes in, changes everything again. Nothing ever stays the same. Nothing ever gets done, and no one actually knows where they stand now, which is pretty severe. Add in the fact the government are lying about a lot of incidents. It's got to the point where we don't trust them, and they don't obviously trust the people because they're lying to us. So why should we trust them back? You know, it goes around and comes around, right? There's only one reason why people follow men into combat, what they call leaders. Leaders are obeyed because they are obeying. When leaders don't obey, it falls apart. Facts. You know, these are the basics, the most basic things. Saw some footage of Elon Musk that was a bit weird. I'm sure it was taken out of context, but the MSN News thing was saying he pulled a Nazi salute. It wasn't a very good one. Could have clicked his heels. I'm joking, by the way. Like, I'm not a fan of that culture. They were the enemy to my grandparents. Still would be the enemy if they exist today. It's banned in the UK. They're still running around. But it's not what the media make out. It's not that big and it's not that bad. Most of them just want the ability to have their beliefs without being frowned upon, I guess. And I've seen some things. I've been in a lot of people's homes. I used to work as a carpet fitter and between 300 and 500 homes a year. You'd be amazed how many people collect Second World War memorabilia from the German army. I've walked into more than one house and been like, should I even be here? But yeah. But if people want to collect that stuff, people want to collect that stuff, and they shouldn't be judged for it. It's just pieces of history. It's not the piece's fault about what happened, but people seem to like blaming things that, well, blaming anything they can find for stuff that is actually humans' fault. Let's get the roller in again. Sorry, I could. Huh? Why can't I tab across to that then? Okay, fine. Do it the hard way and run over there. May as well roll the bit that I'm rolling over, just in case. It is a slow piece of equipment, but at the end of the day, they are. And I say that, but the one that went down the slope when they were building a road near me didn't have a driver in it. That was moving a bit quicker. Accidents on site, as long as they're not lethal or hurt anybody, they're kind of amusing. But when they're really dangerous, they stop being funny. Always laugh at one site I was working at. They found some ammunition. I think it was anti-aircraft ammunition from the Second World War. And it had obviously come down and embedded itself very close to the house's foundations. And the guys are digging out stuff, and they just found it. And all of a sudden, the site went really quiet. Me and my mate are working upstairs. No one else is upstairs on the floor we're on. And we just carried on working. We're hammering nails in, kicking carpets, vibrating, shaking the entire house. When a guy in full bomb squad gear, like the armor and everything, has tapped us on the shoulder as he's walked in, sort of thing, from behind, and just gone, guys, could you please stop doing that? And we're like, what? It's like, you need to stop working and get out of the building. It's like, why? He's gone, there's a 5-inch anti-aircraft shell in the foundations that we need to remove. I was like, oh, yeah, we'll give you 5. You sure we can't carry on working? No. So yeah, that was an amusing day. I think Bomb Squad were a little surprised that we were a little blasé about it. But at the end of the day, no one on site actually came to evacuate us when they all got out. Talk about regard for your other workers, because it wasn't a random site; it was a local one. We knew the guys on it. Yeah, humans don't have much regard for other people when it involves their own safety. I guess that's the line between those with honour and those who don't. There's a lot of dishonourable smucks out there. A lot of thieving tykes. A lot of people who say one thing and never do it. Which is fine when it's like a plan to do something or to build something or something like that. But when you've borrowed something from a mate and don't give it back, that's theft. Base level. You know, yeah, that's dishonourable. That's dishonest straight away, isn't it? You made a promise to someone about something and you've broken it. Been there myself a few times. Try not to. I guess it's the effort to try not to that is the difference. You either try or you don't. Those who keep trying, even if they fail, there is honour in that, you know. But yeah, it's a funny subject. Different cultures have different opinions about it. What's honourable in one is dishonourable in another. Quite interesting, really, from a behavioural standpoint. Yeah. I don't like studying humans much. They're so unreliable. I'm so unreliable as well. Like I'm not counting myself out of that. Oh. I don't appear to be able to tab between vehicles today. That's interesting. 20 wood sheets. Let's get some more of that whilst I think about it. Got this lyric for a punk song in my head. If you're dumb enough to vote, then you're dumb enough to believe them. But if this country is so free, then I can take this flag and burn it wherever I please. So true. And so apt considering what happened later on. Because that was written in the 90s. That was before flag burning became a thing in public with certain people, and before all of the troubles that we've all seen that are a lifetime of trouble for the younger generation. But gonna be honest, nothing compared to the Cold War, the fear of terrorism. Yeah, living under the fear of the Cold War was worse. Being taught to dive under the desks if there was a flash. Aircraft recognition tables on my first school when I was younger, listing Allied and Russian aircraft to prevent school kids reporting the wrong thing. That's the kind of thing that just isn't present today. Yeah, it might come again though. I hope it doesn't. But I've always had this deep-seated feeling in my guts that I was going to see World War III. Obviously, being a child of the 80s, that was kind of obvious. But in the early 90s, it kind of faded away. For me, it never did. Like, you know, it's that's the way of it. It's kind of funny as well because I live in a country where, you know, be prepared is the maximum of the Boy Scouts, and you know, when preparation meets a challenge and all that kind of snazzy comments, but no one's living to it. It's just like, what? Good sheets. That's the one I need. To be fair, there's an awful lot of music written in the early to late 90s that's got some very apt lyrics for the current world. I did a really bad job with the roller looking at that. Really bad job. I don't know why I worry about wastage so much. Look at this map. It's just continuous digging terrain for ages. Like, there we go. Ooh, getting hungry. Maybe I should have eaten before starting the stream. Oh well. I suppose I better just quickly check, make sure I haven't got any messages. Ah. Just typing a quick message to someone who might drop into the game. kind of cool if I can get a mate to come and play this. I haven't played it multiplayer yet. I really should get round to it. Since the multiplayer stuff hit, that's when I kind of fell out the testing in a way, because I didn't have anyone to test the multiplayer bit. Terrible, absolutely terrible. It'd be kind of cool if this guy could come in. It'd be awesome. Actually get to use the game at its full sort of potential. That's the word I was looking for there. It's full potential. Sorry, guys. I'm not having the best of days. I haven't slept for a while, like properly, you know, that kind of recovering sleep that repairs your brain and lets things work. Yeah, don't get much of that. I really should. I've been thinking of setting up sticky keys for using this so that I can just like hold down the forward button with it and just take my finger off. That'd be great. I suppose I could use joystick and pedals. That might work. Been thinking about using joysticks for a while with this game, but I'm not big on excavators. It might be useful with the loader instead of the mouse, but you need the mouse to move the camera around anyway. I suppose I could put that on the hat stick. Let me know what you think about that in the comments. Like anyone who plays this game with joysticks or whatever, you know, kind of interested in what it's like. I've got 2 set behind me that I need to set up, but I need to set up a gaming place as well. Currently, I'm wedged between my bed and my second screen, which isn't wired up to a PC because the graphics card gone in it. It would probably make it easier to manage the YouTube channel. I could have the screen open with the chat on the other screen and just sort of look instead of Windows keying it. But if I've got a mate in here playing as well, give you guys something to look at whilst I'm doing that kind of thing. Kind of handy. Yeah, verbal diarrhea again. It's like 2-point hospital. Well, it looks a bit flatter over there anyway, so. Incidentally, the lyrics I said about flag burning earlier, yeah, I dropped all the swearing out of it. There are an awful lot of, shall we call them, colourful metaphors in there. I think that's how Dr. Spock put it. Colourful metaphor. Oh, Star Trek's brilliant. Such a beautiful world. Gotta be honest, original Star Trek's dirtier than the modern stuff. It's great. Just like the pictures of, I think it's San Francisco when they end up on Earth back in time to rescue the whales. Is it the Voyage Home movie? It's just such a snapshot of the time. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I haven't done much time in the States, but I did like what I saw over there for certain things. Luckily, I made it to New York before 2001, so I saw that city in all its glory before everything went downhill. It's funny, I thought the Statue of Liberty would be bigger. You know, as a kid, you just, yeah, like, and by that, I'm not talking about the actual height of the statue, just its location in the bay. I thought it was a lot nearer to the city than that. I don't know whether it's Ghostbusters 2 that gave me that impression, or whether it's just the fact that, you know, a lot of people's photos and stuff that they take of it from the shoreline, they use a zoom lens. But Yeah. Always thought Lady Liberty was a little bit bigger than that. Still an amazing piece of workmanship, though. You know, just keeping a structure that size, that decorative, intact, made of the materials that it is. You know, steel and concrete is. Yeah, as an engineer, I have to acknowledge the beauty of it, and it doesn't matter how good looking it is. If it's got engineering skill behind it, I class it as beautiful. So yeah, like some of the most ugly machinery in the world, I think it's great. It's quite funny. I say I've got no creativity and I don't know what to do in this game, but I play Space Engineers and that's like total creativity. I guess I was having that problem there as well. My ship design rate dropped. I wasn't producing ships as often. So, yeah. Really need to widen this floor, but it is only temporary, so just want to get to the back of these coal seams, find out where they go, and I'll limit the mine to these coal seams for the moment. Maybe get the excavator out with a drill on it and go looking for others. What's that movie with the fish? Just keep swimming? This is like that, but it's just keep digging. That looks like it's probably got gems in it. That's kind of handy. Can't wait to get down to the gravel, get the fractioner going. That'd be kind of cool. Likewise, start extracting dirt and building some roads around. Smoothing stuff out, give me something to dump on stuff. That'll be where the dumper will probably be used at first. Always wanted to build a production plant where this stuff pours out into piles and then like load it up on trucks with a loader and take it to the sell point. Bit of role play, you know. This game's what you make it. It's a total sandbox. Some of the maps have got some other objectives in, but most of them aren't. It's not an objective-based game, other than dig, go up the ranks, dig, go up the ranks, get to King of Klondike. I haven't worked out how to reset that, but there we go. Do I even want to reset it? I like having access to all the equipment. There we go. That's how you fall in a hopper. You get too cocky. Hey, nearly rolled it. There are rules to using loaders. One is always approach the face square, always pick the part furthest from the face, put the scoop in at the toe, and a few other things. I was told about it. I've never used one, as I say. I've used mini diggers, and I've used little skid steer loaders, forklift trucks. Never driven a dump truck, by the way. Ironically, it's probably the first job that you do. But most of the stuff that, it's just friends. It was never a proper job. What's that? You're doing an extension? You're hiring a mini digger? Yeah, do you know how to drive it? Yeah, of course. Haven't got a clue. I learned pretty quick. It isn't that hard. And I had been on one with a mate. He'd taken me through the basics just so that I could move it around the yard when loading it up on the trailer and stuff. So wasn't too bad. Those rubber tracks are nice. You don't slide on metal as easily. The metal tracked one was a bit more slippery on the low loaded, but yeah, it was all right. They're only little machines. The heaviest one was a 2.5 ton, I think. So yeah, we are talking the little mini diggers you see in people's gardens, not any kind of big job. I think, yeah, the biggest machine I ever saw down there was 5 tonner, but I never got a chance to drive it. Still entertaining. Piece of my life I really enjoyed. I quite like to get into machine driving again, but with my medical problems, I don't think I'll pass for job applications and that kind of thing. It'd be kind of cool to work in a big mine, run around, load up dumpers all day, kind of thing that I could sit and do. Especially with the remote control mining they're doing these days. I think that using miniature machines down some of the smaller mines in the UK could be very effective, because they're very dangerous to work in due to the depth and the chances of flooding and collapse. Some of them are 1,000, 2,000 meters under the sea in the Atlantic off of the Cornish coast, and that's serious. It's not quite like a coal mine that's 600 feet down. This is 1,000 feet down and 2,000 feet out to sea. If it goes wrong, you're probably not got time to get out. Bit like when they drilled through that salt mine in the 70s, Lake Pinure disaster. Oil rig on the surface, drilled straight into the salt mine. Salt doesn't like water, tends to dissolve. When the salt's supporting the ceiling, that's a bad thing. But the footage is amazing. Like, you don't see stuff like that every day, yeah, there was I can't remember offhand. There may have been loss of life, but I think the majority of the miners got out. I think any loss of life might have been on the boats and barges and that was sucked into the mine, effectively. I don't think they ever reopened it either. Probably pretty hard with an open top hole to a lake. Ever tried mining in a drain? Of course, once it's full of water, might be able to do something about where they drilled the hole through. I don't know. If the rig was still there, you could back the roads up and backfill with concrete, but with the rig being sucked into the hole, I guess that was game over. There was an old guy, saw him wearing the hat and said, "I survived Lake Pinure" or something. Yeah. check the messages again. Make sure I haven't got streamer comments from people viewing. No? Okay. Oh, thanks for the like, man. Appreciate it. Quick reaction to my mate's comment on Discord. Sorted. Okay, back to it. Yeah, it probably looks like I'm wasting a lot of coal with the way I'm just like going in and drilling like that. But these seams just keep going down. Like, I think there is a bottom to the map somewhere. I've never been there. I've never really dug down that far. I normally go into the side of a hill, so the amount of resources in the side of this hill is probably huge. I'm not sure about the best way to do a simulated mining thing, whether you run all of the conveyors from your hoppers down to a central processing facility, or whether you process some of it where you're digging and then run the other stuff down to the processing facility is going to be something that I think is a role play and future design, but we'll get this map going and see how it goes. Suppose with the trucks that are in the game now, racing's on. You can build a racetrack and roll it. A few ways this game could be used, actually, or abused, whichever way you look at it. I love scrubbing pay dirt. Gold, gold, gold. I suppose I should really get into the more crafting side of things. A quick look here. Sell a load of coal, fire up crusher. We got start cutting there. When to build the watchtower. Ah, there's a lesson there. Don't park without your handbrake on. Run away. Not run away by the cause either. Bunch of beautiful Irish lasses. And their ginger brother. Kind of ironic. He didn't get much screen time either. That was kind of a funny thing there. Jim, I think his name was. Which probably means that it was actually called James, but who knows? Probably the girls in that band are one of the reasons I'm a straight guy. Formative years and all that. It's what you're exposed to. Not just environment, but chemically as well. I'm pretty sure that the high levels of hormones from various things in certain water supplies might have something to do with what's going on in the world, along with the way it's promoted as trendy. But hey. suppose if you wanted to hide the fact that, you know, certain things were actually a brain fault or a lack of brain development, then making it trendy and causing people to adopt it who don't suffer that actual brain modification is a great way to hide the fact that that's what's causing it, because 99% of the people that you now test who have taken it on because it's trendy will not show the genetic difference. And there is a difference. It was research showed it in the 80s. That research was pretty much slated by the liberal types, and then with the promotion of it in public and stuff, your testing's gone. You don't have a control group, so research would be very difficult to do. Smart move from the people who are running whatever's happening behind the scenes. However, smart people saw it. Mind you, the people that thought a lockdown was going to work without, you know, stopping international air travel are also a bit illogical. Can understand the average person not adopting Dr. Spock's logic mentality, but when it comes to running things and making decisions that affect everybody, a bit of logic and smarts is a necessary qualification. Likewise, think about it before you say it in public or do it if you're a politician. The amount of short-term plans that have gone horribly wrong recently is horrendous. Bit of a laugh, though. So yeah, if I do get multiplayers in, at least this pile of cash is going to be very useful. I've also got 125 mil for emergencies stashed in the company, so yeah, you might kind of wonder what kind of emergency might involve 125 mil. But if one of my mates decides to set up on that opposite mountain, building a conveyor from over there to here might be quite expensive. So I might put the production plant in the middle of that. There's a few ways this game can go. It's going to require a bit of thought and development, but yeah, we'll get there. You're probably wondering why I'm not using the GPS tool and cutting up the slope like this. The loaders naturally create sort of an uphill slope, as you can see. But if I cut this out flat to the level of this floor, I'm going to have a problem reaching with the loader, and I'd have to go into the top with another floor. So to avoid that, I'm using this as a ramp to get up there and just cut the top of the seam out, sort of thing, which is why I keep on going in high and then raising the front wheels up like that so that I can get in at the top there. It isn't the best digging tactic, by the way. I wouldn't copy what I do. There's probably better ways of doing this, but judging from the way those hoppers are working, I've got an idea for completely cheating that into the hill. But yeah, that's cheating. It's no fun. Like, just going to build stuff around that rips holes in the terrain. You may as well go and play, I don't know, Space Engineers allows you to do that. 7 Days to Die. Yeah, you can rip a lot of holes in that if you just want to mine. You can ignore the zombies on Horde Night. Or you could have the Horn Light off, of course, which, you know, custom build game and all that. I haven't shot at things in a long time. Perhaps I should get round to it. Other friends play a lot of shooting and military simulation, and I should really get back into it. But unfortunately, due to what happened earlier in my life, it's kind of weird. I have no problems with first-person shooting, but top-down simulations where you're sort of like for example, Command and Conquer, or any top-down sort of strategy where you command armies and there's gunfire and stuff on the ground, and you're in the air looking at it, as it were. That is what triggers my trauma, because that's what I did. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I can happily play a shooting game that's first person, but third person strategy kind of command games are a bit dodgy, and I used to play them all the time. I loved them. Then I went and did it for real, and yeah, it has left me with some spicy memory. I enjoy going to those memories. It's not like I suffer from them, but it's kind of weird because you forget stuff, and when you're reminded about it, it comes back. And yeah, some of those memories are so good that with my current life state, they hurt. That you know, it's not always the bad stuff that gets you in trauma in later life, which is kind of ironic. A few of my friends and myself over the years have had the poster on the wall, and it's like PTSD is just the realization that you will never be that awesome again. It's kind of true. Dealing with it, don't know. Never really dealt with it until I had to deal with the stuff that I was left with from the A&E. And yeah, trauma's a funny thing in that way. It really is. I'll be fine for days. And then the tiniest thing, boom, it's there, and you're like, what? Where'd that come from? And you know it's an erroneous emotion. Like it's completely faulty. There's no reason for it. It's just there, and you can't change it. Well, you can, but it's still there in the background. You know, you're just acting at that point. I think it's time for that roller to come out again, though. Still can't tap to it, though. Can do that, though. Like it. Also kind of handy because you can just park vehicles around all over the map and use them as spawn points, which is kind of useful. However, from what I've been reading and looking at, having too many vehicles on the map can be a bit of a problem in multiplayer. So parking stuff we're not using around, maybe if it's at a distance from where the players are working, but I think it's going to be a matter of slam it back into the inventory for the moment. We'll find out. As I say, need players to learn. Don't know why. I've never been good at forming community online. Like, whether it centers around me or whether I center it around someone else, I just never really got there with it. COVID didn't help. Like, my experiences through that with other people were just horrendous. Good old lockdown. At least we all know what it's like to be in prison now. It's at 7 o'clock in the... Geez, I must have been playing for 2 hours already. Time flies when you're having fun. I need a cup of coffee in a bit, so I'll probably have to take a break. But I'll get this dug out anyway. So it's a mate that I thought might be coming into the game. He has work. I think he was enjoying some session gaming before going back, hence why he was on quite a lot. But he says he'll be back around in a week or so. Give me something to look forward to. I need stuff in my life to look forward to. There isn't a lot. I suppose everybody does, sometimes the anticipation of something can be better than when it actually happens as well. That's one of the funnier things about life. Sometimes the journey is better than the arrival. Some poet wrote that, I'm sure. That's probably a quote. I've read a lot of things in my life. Funny thing, after the surgery, I think they starved my brain of oxygen because I no longer read books, like for fun, like fiction, that kind of thing. I've tried getting back into it. Can't. It's kind of weird. If anyone else has any experience about this, please let me know. Or whether it's some kind of effective chest surgery, because apparently that screws with all your emotions. And I was a mess when I came out, so being told after a year that, oh, by the way, you're not meant to lift heavy weights and you're never going back to your job and all that kind of thing, after a year of thinking you were, that one was hard. Doctors need to sort their lives out, prioritize what they're saying. It's too serious a thing for people who are useless at it. Base fact. I could probably have been a doctor, smart enough, studied and all that, but the responsibility, I don't even like babysitting my friends' children. And it's not because they're misbehaved or anything, it's just the fact that they're their most precious thing, and I don't like holding people's most precious thing. I've held some precious things in my time, Ming vases whilst doing people's carpets. It's like, JP, can you just hold that vase on the shelf so it doesn't move? Yeah. Why? That's worth 400 grand. Oh, okay. Held a few trophies that most people don't get their hands on because of my dad's job when I was a kid. World Cup, FA Cup, the current King's uniform and medals, and a massive bar of gold. There was a few things that were kind of cool to hold as a kid. Meeting the royals and stuff was actually not that big a deal to me. They're just people. That's a fact, and people forget it quite often. And that Harry and Meghan get a lot of flack. But you got to remember, he's kind of the in reserve, and he knows it. So he's got to go off and have his own life, like knowing that you're sort of number two continuously all the time to your brother must be kind of hard. Not to mention everything that happened in their childhood, like the cult of celebrity for the young is incredibly dangerous. Full stop. You only have to look at various young stars that have come apart at the seams. Macaulay Culkin springs to mind, but the lad who played Wesley Crusher in Star Trek, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he sort of had a bit of a wobble at some point, I believe. Heck, it's amazing how often TV and acting crop up in the histories of these people who do these weird things in the UK at the moment, or worked for the intelligence services, ironically. I can understand how that kind of dichotomy can get to you and cause a problem. It's not the kind of problem I'd choose. But there we go. There are better targets than the ones they're choosing, in my opinion. I guess that's the difference between people who have actual beef with something and people who have adopted beef with something. If it's actually happened to you, you're probably more likely to do something effective and less of an act of frustration than someone who has got worked up about something that realistically isn't their problem, adopted a cause and decided to do something. What are you doing? Proving that you're worthy. And when I say crazy people, I'm talking about, in some ways, protesters. It's like they seem to be able to justify actions that are completely criminal and completely irresponsible and completely disrespectful to everyone else for their cause. Well, the first thing about serving a cause is that you don't bring your cause into disrepute. You don't do anything that hurts the cause. Think about it. So, yeah, one has to wonder whether these protest groups that are blocking roads and stuff in the UK and across the world actually have the best intentions in mind for the cause, or whether the cause has been hijacked and someone is getting them to do this deliberately to destroy its reputation in the public eye so it has no power. Tough call. Really tough call. Like, you know, psych warfare is a very advanced subject, and if you have an enemy that you can't take out in an obvious way, then taking over the command infrastructure and ordering it to destroy itself is it's a method. It's a method that has been used in warfare for a few years, like centuries. Falsifying orders or inserting a false order into someone's command stream can cause utter chaos and may have been one of the reasons for certain events during the Cold War happening, in the fact that it may not have even been someone's operation faking an order, but an order gets garbled, so a submarine starts moving, and before you know it, everyone on the other side is getting a bit nervous about this sub that's heading for their coastline. And that applies to the Americans and the Russians during that time. They both had instances like these. The storyline of Hunt for Red October is actually based on some real events, loosely, very loosely. So yeah, it gets quite interesting. It's another good bit of work by Sean Connery. Captain Ramius did it well. Not bad for a Scottish guy playing a Russian guy. Though less ironic than performances in Highlander. Highlander's casting agent must have been a nutcase. I know. We'll get a French guy to play a Scottish guy to play a Spanish guy, and yeah, okay, guys, what are you on? No typecasting in Highlander, that was for sure. Those were the good times. When artists could get away with being artists. Didn't have to be political figures as well. Quickly check my messages again and try not to poke the microphone into my mouth. Kind of handy. Nothing going on there. Saves me a certain amount of typing anyway. I said I was going to take a break and have a coffee a few minutes ago. Really should get round to that. Also need to go and put my dinner on, so. Though I did clear up downstairs today, so maybe other people will throw that in the microwave for me. Who knows? one of the few places where I do get a break in life is kitchen work, because my parents can eat anything they like, and they regularly have quite a lot of veg. And when it's cooking and steam comes off, it's really bad for me. So I have to stay out. I can stay in there for a certain amount of prep work, but for instance, the moment you slice an onion, I'm gone. To be fair, cucumber's nearly as dangerous. So yeah, it's kind of ironic when you can be given a migraine and put to bed by smelling a cut cucumber. Good laugh. It is a good laugh, and I've got to laugh. I can't do anything else. If I don't laugh, I'll cry because I miss chocolate so much. But still, I can eat white chocolate, but it's not the same. And to be fair, since Cadbury's was bought by an American company and they changed the recipes and they added loads of artificial sweeteners to everything because of the sugar tax laws, it's not the same anyway. So perhaps I'm not missing out on much. Still like a bit of dark chocolate though, even though it's really bad for me. Just sometimes you got to go there. Guess it's the same as those people who are basically teetotal, occasionally come running into the pub at stupid time of day and just go, "Can I have a shot of vodka, please?" and walk out again. It's like, you just had a bad day. It's like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I used to be a barman, by the way, so it's funny how often you get used as someone's confessor. The secrets you get. Favourite one is always when they're out with the mistress and the wife walks in with her new bloke. That's happened twice. Always amusing. Yeah, I'm sorry if that's happened to you, but I have been cheated on as well, and yeah, it happens. In another world and another life, it probably wouldn't happen as often because of the risk of getting absolutely maimed by the person you just disrespected, I guess is the correct way to put it. But hey, we don't live in that world anymore, and in some ways it's a pity. A little bit of dueling might have stopped certain events from happening, you know, like the current useless parliamentarian we have in the leadership of the UK. Someone had slapped him with a glove and shot him a few years back. That would have been kind of handy. In fact, American Club of Dueling, if you're up for it, I'm willing to pay your air ticket. There is actually a British one. They're the same people who run around at like country shows inside an enclosure with like Western gear on and stuff. There's actually a fair bunch of people who reenact the whole cowboys and Indian thing in the UK, which is kind of fun. Because for us, it is just cowboys and Indians. There's no sort of big issue with it like there would be in, I don't know. Americans are kind of funny. They might get into it. I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you know anything about that. Like, how do the peoples concerned view historical reenactments of certain events? Because it is just a reenactment, but it's a difficult one. Because like most of the reenactment stuff we have in the UK is like medieval or Civil War, and so realistically, a lot of the issues don't come into anything. But if you started reenacting Zulus versus the Redcoats, then I can see a few people getting upset about that. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Interesting to do as a theoretical study. Definitely interesting. Not sure what the morality is on that one. Not that there is any science of morals in the world at the moment, but hey. So when digging, it would appear that there's a certain height for the bucket of the loader, and it's a little bit taller than that bar, but not much. So you want to take areas off about the height of the depth of your bucket, I suppose, when you start really skimming and sort of strip mining or surface open cut mining, as it's known. I suppose strip is probably a dodgy one. But yeah. I guess I better build that watchtower thing as well. Where am I going to build that? I won't build it yet. I don't know where it's going. I'll think about that whilst I'm having coffee. I'll only be gone for about 15-20 minutes. So, well, assuming that it all goes to plan, if I walk downstairs and find chaos and have to do the whole carer thing. But today's been kind of quiet. I haven't been called away in 2 hours. That's kind of cool. Perhaps that's because I've already done a load of it. Yeah, quite often my wake-up call is a scream for help. So when you're on call constantly and you've already got stress trauma problems and your life's been destroyed and you've got more trauma problems, I'm going to be honest, the trauma builds up to the point where you're not without it. You never notice it and until you get away from it. I only realised being a carer had traumatised me so badly when my parents went away and stayed with some family and gave me a bit of a respite. And I could still hear the shouts for help occasionally. Like, you know, like, how weird is that? You know, there'd be a noise outside and your head hears something else. Very strange feeling. Yeah, I walled it in. I knew I was alone in the house, but yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes how much of what you experience is actually real. But a friend of mine has a theory that we're living in some kind of matrix or alternate reality. Whilst I'm not entirely sure about that, I have no basis to argue it. It could be true. And certain scientists have recently theorized at least some kind of parallel or artificial universe theory for the Earth. So, yeah, it's not that far out, obviously, if mainstream scientists think that way. Not as whack job as you might think. And it would be nice, you know, if the world was all parallel and stuff, and it means it would be balanced in the fact that, in theory, every decision might get played out if there's an infinite number of universes. So that time that you said no, in another universe, you said yes. The ability to cross between those universes, for all we know, that's what death is. Or we might just dream and come back as one of the others from another universe. Like, these theories are all over the place in sci-fi. There's an awful lot of them, you know. Starting to get somewhere here. It's taken a while. But these seams are huge. I'm really impressed with the Scandi map. I like it. Like it a lot. Incidentally, I'm hoping that things are a little bit brighter in here on the camera today. I increased the light levels and I upped the latency on the video stream, so hopefully it's a little bit higher quality. I shall have to go and have a little look, I guess, after I finish filming, which might be quite a lot later on. I'm going for a long one here. I'm just going to leave it running. I'm tired of setting up the stream. Type, tip, type. Just go and check something in the other settings page, and then it deletes everything that I just typed in. I hate you, machine. Streaming is kind of dangerous because you find yourself playing for way too long in some kind of like not wanting to leave it alone thing. Don't know. Let me know your opinions on that one in the comments. What is the ideal length of stream? So right, I'm going to park that truck up. I'm going to jump out. I'll just gonna go over here and have a little look see. How long is that going to run for whilst I do things here? Go through the pages, check the words, go back to the game. And yeah, what I'm doing right now off camera is probably something that you don't want your kids to see. A horrible addiction, but most people, when they quit smoking or anything, replace it with other things that they like doing. Everything I like doing, I'm not allowed to do. So how do you quit? Especially when it's not going to get you anything back in your life. I can't do physical activities, so like getting my lung capacity back is kind of a joke. Yeah, definitely got to take a break. I can hear movement downstairs. Better go and check what's up. Kind of funny. I'm the single guy. I never really had a decent relationship. Never got onto the parenting thing. And yet I've got 2 toddlers downstairs. They've got grey hair and they remember, the Vietnam War. But there we go. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Something to go in the end of it to stop me eating tobacco. Because eating tobacco is bad. Anyone? Just thinking about that bit with the reporter in Generation Kill where gas, and he gets all masked up and he's forgotten to spit out his chug of freaking chewing tobacco. I mean, he swallows it, but I'd have just wedged it in the mask. Wouldn't be the first time I've seen a gas mask with a lump of chewing gum wedged in it. Someone's just like, I got to do something with this. I'll wedge it in the edge of the mask. There we go. Things you see or find, as the case may be. Yeah, it may not have been it may have just been some other kid that did it and stuck it in there because it was an army cadet camp, but you do wonder. Good to get my eyes off the screen, to be honest. Starting to squint. You'll get square eyes. Maybe not square eyes, but you're certainly going to end up with aching eyes if you spend too long gaming. That's for sure. I'm quite lucky. I sit a fair distance away from quite a big screen, so it's not too bad on me. But folk who play on smaller screens I remember those days, and I was younger and I still struggled. God. Looking forward to the end of the month, payday. Yeah, we get some good tobacco. Because, classic January shortage. The tobacco I'm smoking was collected up from lots of empty pouches over time, and it's powder. So, kind of good. You can get more tobacco, but kind of bad in the fact that it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. On the bright side, the coffee I drink is really bitter as well, so I don't really notice. But anyway, funny thing about the food intolerance I have, I can drink instant coffee, the granules that mix with water. But if I actually have proper coffee ground from the bean, it's like migraine within half an hour, and then I'm in bed. So yeah, sometimes a bit of processing isn't a bad thing. And it's because salicylates are destroyed by incineration. So when they freeze dry it, they sort of spray the liquid coffee into a canister that's got a blowtorch in the top of it. And that destroys the salicylate chemicals. So that flavor that gets robbed by the freeze drying process, I guess, you know, because like everyone says fresh coffee is more flavorsome, and they are right. But that flavor is exactly the chemical that makes me ill. Cool. All right. That went better than normal. I have massive fingers. Rolling these tiny tubes was actually a very challenging thing to learn. It's a skill, one that requires practice. So, yeah. Oh, it's actually finished running. Awesome. We've got 1.68 mil. That's good. Should leave a quick message in the chat letting everyone know what's going on, because they'll probably wonder why it's a stationary screen and why it looks like a locked stream. So yeah, I'll be 10 to 20 minutes at most. So back in a bit. Yeah. Remembering to not stand up whilst wearing a mic. Right, I'm back in the room. Brought my coffee with me. Dinner's in the microwave oven, so all good. All good. Check the Discord. No messages. Awesome. Okay. Right. Get this back on. Sat outside and realised that I'm not sure whether it was caffeine or nicotine that drove me out there. So next time I do a stream, I'm going to make myself up a flask, bring the coffee up here, and see whether I can go longer. It's the little challenges, just the little challenges. Right, got my gloves on, get my keyboard over. Right. There we go. One thing, going outside definitely makes it feel warmer in here. Heating's still not on. Gotta love life. Have a look round at what I'm doing here. Still trying to find the back of the seam. I suppose I could take the machine up above and just push it all off the edge. But nah. I would be cooking the rest of my dinner, but I'm likely to get shouted at that it's ready because they're cooking vegetables and carrots and stuff, and I can't handle that. Annoying when you want to do more and you physically can't be in the room once they start doing the veg. Get some more stuff in the hopper, get it going again. Question is, do I just get in the bigger loader or do I do the whole excavator thing? Oh, wow. I don't know if you guys heard that, but there was like a clunk clunk noise. I'm guessing my father heard me say it, but the heating has just been switched on. Radiators are clicking. Oh, I can feel my body going, yay. I feel the cold a lot more since the surgery. I don't know what they did to my circulation. I used to be always warm. Now I'm cold all the time. That or it's an effect of that vaccine, which turns out that it apparently had DNA in it, and the Pfizer one in America, according to some school kids who did a test. Now, I'm not sure how true that is, because all vaccines contain a certain amount of DNA acids in the fact that they contain the chains of amino acids that are in the disease you're being immunized against. So yeah, could be interesting to see where that goes, because if those kids are right, then I'm going to be suing my government for contaminating me with something that they lied about, or Pfizer, or a few. Like you can't give out a vaccine that's not a vaccine and think you're going to get away with it. That no. And if it is that way, then whoever promoted the vaccine is probably going to need some serious bodyguarding, because people who have had their lives destroyed and have nothing left have nothing to lose. And it's something that a lot of people in power are not considering right now. I was kind of amused by Trump's first move, issuing official pardons to 1,500 people and getting them out of the prison system. That's going to save the country some money. We have a similar problem in our own country right now. The government refused to tell the truth about an attack that happened just before Christmas in October, and kept the identity of the person involved a secret, a few other things. And it's all coming out now that basically the reason people were rioting was essentially the truth. They wanted the truth and they weren't getting it. If the government had just told them the truth, they could have avoided all the riots. So did they want the riots so that they could crack down on certain things? I mean, it's a Labour government and they were basically slating the far right and accusing anyone who didn't agree with them of being far right. Sounds like communism to me. Or a similar kind of fascism anyway. I suppose you could call communism is like Leninism or Marxism. I suppose this one could be called who was that guy? Jeremy Colvin, whatever his name is. But yeah, they can name this one after him. Oh, yeah. Not many things better than a good temperature cup of coffee, people. Not many. A good bowl of chips with salt and vinegar. That's always nice. And when I say chips, for my people across the pond, the American folks, chips in the UK are what you'd call fries, but they're a bit chunkier. So thick cut fries. And the things that you guys call chips are crisps, I believe, in the UK. So we have a brand called Walkers, but around the rest of the world, they're known as Lays, I think, or Lies. I think they're Lays crisps or chips. But the packaging's all the same as the Walkers stuff. So it's kind of amusing when we were in the States because all packaging looks the same and it's got a different name on it, which is kind of nice. But yeah, the food over in America is just like beautiful. I really like that. Just like every meal. I was on a school trip, so eating in groups in a big canteen sort of thing, but the canteen had just, for 6 people, stick 3 bowls of curly fries on the table that were bigger than us. It was beautiful. And it was just like, yeah, they're just snacks. It's like, what? Oh, okay. So we'd be there scoffing that, and then the mains would come out. It is. I've never had a school trip like it. Place called Mount Snow in New York. Very nice. Very nice. It's about 4 hours from the city in the state of New York, obviously. And yeah, I really liked my time there. Snow wasn't so good, but that was down to the fact it was late season, so we had to go quite a long way up the slope to get onto the decent snow, and there was a lot of ice. But all in all, quite enjoyable. Quite enjoyable. The ski lifts were a bit safer than they are in Italy anyway. Got a bit more of a briefing on how to use them. I was okay on them, but yeah, not being told on our first time on a 2-kilometer long chairlift that went over probably 300 meters over the terrain, that there's actually a safety bar that you pull down so that you don't fall out. So me and a mate sat there for the entire time with no safety bar the entire way up. And yeah, if that thing had come to a halt suddenly, we were stuffed. Live and learn, right? Live and learn. I was only like 12 or 13. How was I meant to know that the ski lift's got a safety bar? I've never seen one before. You thought the school would have told us. Because up until that point, we'd only used drag lifts. So when you're on a drag lift, you've got a cable that's moving, you just grab it, or you've got a handle that goes on it, and off you go. I think we'd use T-bar lifts as well, with like a bar that's T-shape, and you and your mate sit either side of the T, or it's an upside down T-shape hanging, or you can pull it right down and stick it between your legs and let it draw up, and you can't fall off it. You just sort of sit on it all the way up, and it's really easy. And I was seeing people, they were grabbing it with their hands and being dragged up face first and refusing to let go. And yeah, those were fun times. Funny times. Hearing an Italian ski instructor as one of the ladies in our group lost control and went straight down the slope at very high speed. And he's just screaming at her, stop, and her name in the Italian accent as much as he could. Poor old Lorenzo. He's probably not with us now, but God, he did have to work hard with us. But eventually he banned certain people from the slope because they just weren't safe. And at that point, he started taking us up some of the more advanced runs, and we were at a place called Prica in Italy, which is where one of the Italian top skiers was sort of born and trained. I think his name was Tomba, and I can see why he was good, because it was north-facing slopes and they were just covered in ice. They were evil. Learning to do slalom skiing on pure ice that's been just run over by the piste basher, and it's left crenulated like the cardboard, so you've got a lump of ice and then a gap and then a lump of ice at about a spacing of maybe 2.5 centimeters or an inch, for those of us who are imperial. And yeah, if you fall on that, it is like falling on a cheese grater, which is kind of dangerous, as you can imagine. So they kept us down on the little slopes for a while and filtered out those that could handle those kind of conditions and those that couldn't. He took us on there for a day and in the morning and taught us how to ski on that. And then he took us right up to the top of the mountain where it's all like black rungs, really evil. And yeah, that was when we learnt to ski. Interestingly, if you're out of control going downhill in the compactor and you need to slow down, just hit the G key and activate the vibro and it'll automatically brake. It just won't accelerate, which is kind of handy. Little hint and trick there for you. Quick little refuel there. Probably going to have to move that fuel tank, but still. I still can't tab between vehicles. What's going on with that? Interesting. I've come to realise that the coughing I was suffering last night had nothing to do with the state of my lungs or what I put in them, other than the fact that I did the washing up, and washing up liquids full of perfumes and salicylates, especially the more vegetable-based organic ones. So yeah, that probably explains why I was coughing my guts up last night. Yeah, you know, let's just go and inhale a load of gases that are utterly evil and cause your lungs to bleed. That'll do it. Look up salicylate poisoning, like the chemical type, rather than the type that's done when people take too much ibuprofen. And the symptoms of it are pretty obvious. I can't believe that for 10 years the doctors didn't figure out that what I was suffering from was that. Just, oh no, it's your depression. Why is depression causing nosebleeds, dumbass? I mean, really? Like, what kind of planet is a GP trained on? It's not Mars, because apparently, like, everything on Mars is smart, according to Elon Musk. I think it's funny when they talk about terraforming Mars and creating an atmosphere for it and all that kind of thing. It's like, dude, there's a reason it doesn't have an atmosphere. It's because the planet's dead. The core is solid. Without a core, you don't have a magnetic field. Without a magnetic field, the lightweight hydrogen atoms inside the water vapor in the atmosphere are just going to get stripped away by the solar wind. These are physics. Oh, and yeah, flat earthers, stay away from me, please. When you've worked with satellite technologies and you've viewed the Earth from space, you know it's round. You can do the maths without ever leaving the ground. Stick a pole in the deck, get a level, make sure it's vertical. Measure the angle of the shadow at midsummer. Now, phone a friend who is at the same latitude as you on the planet, so roughly equivalency would be someone in Canada for the UK, I guess, maybe upstate New York. Get them to stick a pole in the deck in the same way and subtend the angle of the shadow at the same day. and measure the difference, and you will see there is a curve. That's the fact. You're sat on a curved surface. There's no way around it. I think the Greeks discovered it before Christ was born. But yeah, a friend of mine's playing the Elder Scrolls 5. Really must look into Skyrim. I really enjoyed it on the Xbox a long time ago, so perhaps I'd enjoy it as a PC game. I used to enjoy Oblivion as well. That was a nice walk in the countryside. Just go for a little wander, collect up some plants, do some of this, do some of that. I'll have to find out if that one's a multiplayer one. If it is, then I'm definitely in at the end of the month when I get paid. Well, say paid, when the government dish out the tiny amount they dish out to people. What might be known as welfare in the United States is known as the dole here, or unemployment benefit. In my case, it's incapacity benefit because I physically can't do much work. The fact that it was caused by the government, and then they're not willing to even pay me for the fact that I'm incapacitated, because technically I should be due a lot more than that. But no, because the NHS covered up what they did to me, and because I can't prove what's happened, I can't claim shit. And yet every person who comes over on a freaking boat, excuse me a minute, crossed into my country illegally with no paperwork, bearing in mind that I can't leave the country without paperwork. The UK is a prison. Yeah, that grates. That's really, really sucks, you know, because they get a nicer hotel, 3 square meals a day, teaching in English, skills to go out and get a job, help getting a job. There for people who employ them, their companies receive help and all that kind of thing. And they receive help for employing disabled people as well. But if they won't admit you're disabled, it's kind of difficult to get a job. Because I can't do as much as the next guy in the interview chain who's fully capable, and the company won't get any benefits for employing me. Like, this situation is a joke. It's like the most ridiculous catch-22 you've ever heard. Though Catch-22 are a pretty good band, by the way. Likewise, I used to enjoy a bit of the Boss Tones, and if what's his name, Saturday Night in America? But the lead singer of the Boss Tones was like the presenter, musician guy for a bit. Suggs, I believe his name was, off the top of my head. I'd have to check. It's been a long time. Still listen to the Boss Tones, though. Kind of ironic that differences in opinion on vaccine broke the band up, but there we go. Be kind of ironic if in a couple of years' time a bit of research proves Suggs right about it being all fake, or some kind of government plan to modify the population. I don't know. Let's finish this coffee before it goes cold. Yeah, there it is. You've probably never seen someone take so much satisfaction from a cup of instant coffee before, but that's because it's one of the most flavoursome things that I get involved with. Tonight's a big night. Got burger and chips. I eat a lot of chips. The temperature that it's fried at means that it kills off a lot of the salicylate. But the wrong type of potatoes is really bad. Only Old English whites, and ironically, the potatoes that Lay's crisps are made from, Maris Piper, I believe, though they may use a different breed in the States. They're sort of the only ones that are safe for me. Any sort of yellow potato, or if it's described as having a nutty flavour, is not going to be very good for me at all. And the irony is that the white potato, or the Old English potato, is the original breed. It's one of the oldest. Genetically, it's very similar to what was brought back by Columbus. All of these modern sort of different potatoes are crossbreeds and genetic weirdos that contain very high levels of salicylates. And that's because salicylates are used by plants to protect them against fungus and disease. So the moment you cut a plant and you see like the liquids coming out of it, those cells that are broken instantly release salicylates that protect it from like molds and funguses. Might not be that effective, but that's how they do it. So yeah, it makes it very awkward to find anything without them in, especially because in the UK salicylates are used as artificial sweeteners, artificial sugars, you name it. And so when the government decided everyone was too fat and they were going to tax products with sugar in, then they started mixing it all in. Coming! All right, I'm going to have to disappear for a minute. My food is ready. Coming! I wish my father wasn't deaf. Right. What was I doing? Leaving a message. That's better. Sorry for those I may have deafened yelling back to my father. That was the best meal I've had in a long time. I'm going to be honest. Like, my pleasure in food has died since I never get to eat anything I like eating, like chocolate or curry, or yeah, there's a long list. But recently the potatoes have been terrible. The fries have not been crispy. They've been droopy. They've tasted raw. Those ones were soaked in water for 24 hours before they were used, and they were beautiful. They crisped up really nicely. The flavor was wonderful. Makes you wonder what they're doing to them in storage. It really does. Right. Okay. Check messages. Is it time to expand the machinery a little? Let's find out. Find out a bit more of this. And whilst they might not be that useful in the kitchen whilst things are cooking, once that's all done with, I will have to get in there and tidy up, wash up and stuff. May well combine that with my next break, so... What I really want is something sweet for dessert, you know, like a really dirty chocolate pudding, or a sponge pudding with golden syrup. Oh, I miss oranges, marmalade, jam. Gotta stop torturing himself. It's like the Addams Family. Stop torturing yourself, Gomez. Oh, if only I had the thing to give me a head massage, that would be awesome. But yeah. Just realised, because of the angle of that camera, most of the viewpoint you get of me is probably my great big nose that sticks out and is huge, like Concorde. But hey, the nose knows. My sense of smell's awesome, though. It's kind of funny. I'm a cigarette smoker, and apparently cigarette smokers aren't meant to be able to taste anything or smell anything, and yet my sense of smell is so highly developed that it shocks people. I put it down to the fact that my sinuses are huge. To give you an idea, take the inside of a ballpoint pen and it will go straight into my face, like up my nose, without touching the sides, and it doesn't touch the back. They are massive. I assume that the extra cells that gives me to detect smells gives me an advantage. But yeah, some of the things I smell are ridiculous and shocking. Yeah, very shocking. There was a certain scent that I couldn't place or put down for quite a few years, and it only happened occasionally, and sometimes it would come off my girlfriend, and I was like, what on earth is going on here? And eventually, due to a couple of incidents and stuff, I worked out that I could literally smell a certain point in their menstrual cycle, and it's about 4 to 8 hours before things kick off, which I figured it out. I didn't really say much about it to anyone, and one day I said, sort of looked at the girl I was dating and went, "Are you due?" And she was like, "No." I was like, "Well, no offense, but I think you are. I can smell it." And she's looked at me like I'm freaking crazy. And within 45 minutes to an hour, yeah, her cycle started randomly and out of order, which was a bit weird. And since then, more than one girl who I know closely enough to hug and stuff, I've just looked at them and said, "Are you?" And they've looked at me and gone, "Ah, oh, geez, you can smell that." was like, yeah, sorry. And it's just, it comes out on the breath. It's a chemical change that you can smell. You have to get close, within about 4 feet. But yeah. So I hate to say it, if you're an alpha male, you can probably smell this. If you're not an alpha male, you probably can't. It's probably something to do with an older genetic in us. So yeah, that's the way it is. My night vision's really good. It's kind of strange. I'm like a genetic throwback to another time. It might be my racial genetics. I do know that whilst I am 100% Anglo-Saxon, there is actually North American Indian in my family genetics, which is interesting because the only contact my family had with that side of things was quite a long time ago. My family owned one of the biggest traveling fairs in England at one point, and they had a massive menagerie with like lions and tigers and elephants and that kind of thing. Big steam engines to haul it around on, and a freak show. Yes, they had slaves and a freak show. The family name then was Wimwell, not my current name. However, there is a museum in London, so if you want to go up there and look at them and find out my family name, it's written down there. But yeah, anyway, I suspect there may have been some dodgy breeding, which is why we don't share the family name with some of the members of the what they called at the time the fruits of the empire display, to give you an idea of when this happened. And in that display there were several tribes of African, North American Indians, proper Indians, you know, from the Far East, some Chinese. They'd collected up a few from different places. But these were back in the days when that was normal, you know. They weren't the only one. Just remember that the guys I'm descended from, they classed the guy in The Greatest Showman as an amateur. So consider that. Le Bourge. Yeah, whatever. And some of the things attributed to Le Bourge were actually my family. So, like, yeah. I don't like that French guy. Once again, we're getting into how much the British dislike the people on the continent. It's not our fault. It's just, you know, 2 major wars in this century, several major wars in the centuries beforehand, including one that was called the 100 Years' War. Yeah, it's genetic. Can't remember which book it's in. It might be Master and Commander. I think it's Dr. Maturin who asks one of the other officers what he thinks an Englishman is, and he's like, and he says it's basically one who can sing the national anthem, hates the Irish, and hates the Frenchman even more or something. It's just like, okay, fair enough. Those were the times. But I mean, at the time there was an awful lot of like diplomatic badness going on. Napoleon was in power. So yeah, bit of a different sort of realm. Need to take a bit more off that. There we go. Always makes me laugh the way the Liberals are trying to rewrite history. You don't learn anything by ignoring it. Been happening for a long time. It was happening when I was in school. In my history lessons, they were talking about the First World War, and she spent 4 weeks talking about the politics and didn't even mention any of the technological developments that have shaped our world that happened then. For example, you know, modern medicine, the invention of armored vehicles. There's a few things that have saved a lot of lives that were invented due to warfare. To not mention them because I think she just didn't know. She'd never been taught them. Though it got worse in later life. I met a girl at university. I didn't go to university, but I spent a lot of time with friends who did at the Students' Union. So I probably lived the best bit of university. But anyway, this lass was studying modern history. And I can't remember why, but the conversation came out and she said, but nuclear weapons have never been used in action. And I've looked at her and gone, pardon? Which era of history are you studying? And she went, modern history, this century. I was like, oh. Are you unaware of what happened in Japan after the Second World War? She went, what? And I literally had to explain to her that, yes, nuclear weapons have been used on people. So God only knows what's happened in the education system. A necessary act, but a sickening one at the same time, the bombings back in 1945. Very difficult subject matter to kind of comprehend. You can't imagine the decisions that went through there, but at the same time, you're talking about an enemy that surprise attacked you and backstabbed you. So therefore, doing something like that back, yeah, okay. So everyone thinks the Israelis are being nasty in Gaza, but they didn't nuke them yet. You might reply that they can't because they don't have nuclear weapons. Don't you believe it? They've got them. They just don't admit to it. In the same way as the South Africans may have them, it was a combined project between Israel and South Africa during the 80s. Look up the Vela incident when what was obviously a nuclear flash was spotted south of South Africa in the Atlantic Ocean during the middle of a massive storm. So if you're going to test a low-yield nuclear weapon that is nearly fallout-free in public, the best way to hide it is inside a massive electromagnetic field and storm, because by the time the fallout gets anywhere away from it in the South Atlantic, the only continuous strip of sea around the entire planet, there's a good chance it will have been dispersed to the point that no one can detect it. You'd have to fly a sample aircraft through the cloud, and if the cloud's moving towards the Antarctic and going into a circle, no one was looking for it, you know. If it reached the Antarctic, then certain detectors would probably detect it at Antarctic stations, of course. But everything in the Antarctic's run by governments, so if they didn't want to tell anyone, it wouldn't come out, would it? Just thinking about McMurdo Station. There is a job you don't want. Refueling aircraft in the Antarctic at the research stations. God, must be a nightmare. First, you've got to defrost the fuel. It's not often you see diesel as a slurry or as a slush puppy. So one place I don't see electric cars catching on is anywhere in the Antarctic. At least not this side of global warming. Do you wonder what's going on with that little ridge? No way around it. Probably going to have to go for an after dinner coffee in a minute. But I want to get a bit more dug out first. I'm actually getting an overhang up there. Need to get rid of that. The last thing you want in this game is like a voxel hanging around in the air, because you find yourself getting caught up on it and stuff with vehicles. It's not so bad in the fact that if you quit and reload, that voxel will probably be destroyed by what I believe is an automatic algorithm in the game that doesn't allow a free floating chunk of land. But I'm not convinced about that. I haven't tried it. I need to essentially dig a massive underground cavern and then cut around the edge at the top, isolate the material, and see if the whole lot collapses. It'd be kind of cool if it does. But when I do that, I want to have a conveyor floor in there or a hopper, so that the whole lot just goes straight into the machinery. I've done this before in an older version, and it took around about 3, maybe 4.5 hours of just sitting there processing for the single. No, that was on the 4-way. So I had 4 hoppers and sorter drums running that. Might have been even the 6-way. But yeah, it took 3 hours to process. But processing times have been improved in the game, so it's not as bad as that anymore. There was a time when you could seriously overload the equipment, and I mean seriously. I had to leave the machine on overnight for it to empty out. It was quite funny in one of the really old versions of the game, because it just converted a percentage of the ore that went through it into valuables. And so if you built it in a circle, you could end up with like pure valuables at the end, sort of thing. Just keep reprocessing stuff in it again and again, and it would just convert more and more and more to nice things, which is kind of funny. That was before the new conveyor systems and everything. That was on the really old stuff. Would have been around the first release run, before multiplayer was even considered. I don't think that copy even exists as the older version. So yeah, don't know why I'm digging in over there, but keeps it even. Gives the wash plants some pay dirt to go through. I'd kill for a diff lock. Seeing an awful lot of my friends pop up on Steam playing sort of medieval themed games. One of my little occupations at the moment is I'm learning to hobby build chainmail. So everyone likes playing the games with armor and that kind of thing in it. Let me know if that is a sellable product to you, if you want something made of chainmail. I can't make it yet, but I'll give a go at learning it. It takes a while though, so don't expect a fast return. It's taken me about 8 hours to make a square foot. And that's in a wire that's actually quite bendy and quite a large diameter circle with a very thin wire, just because I've got chunky fingers and it makes it easier to manipulate and work with. I'll move on to thicker wire that requires pliers in a couple of weeks' time, I think, once I've learned I've got the pattern down now. I can repeat the pattern and just join it together and everything, but now it's about shaping. To make a helmet, you need to essentially take a flat sheet and turn it into a curve. So that means adding some in the middle to force the rest out and things like that, or weaving it that way to start with. And I'm not seamstress, not an upholsterer either. I fit carpets, so I know how to cover a staircase in carpet. I could probably cover a person in carpet and cut it all in and get it curved and everything, as long as they don't mind me stapling it to them. But building something like a piece of clothing that's got a curve in it is a completely different game. It's going to involve, even if it was just cloth, I think I'd probably be all right with cloth, because I know what I'm doing there. I know the shapes to cut to get certain shapes and that kind of thing. To give you an idea of the situations we get into, I had to carpet a ceiling on one occasion. Yeah. In a caravan, like the old gypsy caravans with the curved roof, one of those. And it was ironically for one of the guys in the House of Lords, his wife. She was a bit hippie type. Anyway, she wanted this black carpet with this silver foil sort of woven into it. And when we put it up there, it looked fantastic. It was like a star field. It was beautiful. But I don't think my workmate would have been able to do it because he couldn't reach the roof. So, advantage of being 6'6". Disadvantage is when you got to work in low headroom, which is the majority of the time around here because we have a lot of very traditional buildings. And I'm going to be honest, there were a couple of impacts I took to the head from hanging lanterns and that kind of thing. My ears are still ringing. You know, I still get headaches from those. One of them had a spike on the bottom. That one nearly knocked me unconscious when I stood up under it, picking up my toolbox, which weighed about 20 kilos. So, yeah, I wasn't very impressed. My workmate at the time thought it was hilarious. He also thought it was hilarious when he hit a speed hump at 30 mile an hour when it's meant to be a 5 mile an hour, threw me into the roof of the van with the entire load under me and nearly broke my freaking neck. Turns out he's meant to wear glasses when he's driving and he didn't see the speed hump. This guy, yeah. Spell it backwards, TNUC. That's what he was and is. Luckily, everything comes to those who wait, and his life went downhill too. So, how you treat other people, it'll generally come back and bite you in a bad way too. So, I just feel sorry for everyone else involved in that situation. Him, no. To give you an idea of the situation, we all know how bad dust is for people's lungs. So when I'm grinding down a floor with a rubbing stone, he'd decide to start sweeping the dust in my direction deliberately. Also, on finding a condom in one house, he decided to put a needle through it and then put it back where he found it. So yeah, that's the kind of mentality you're dealing with. When I've said it before, you know, when considering how dumb the average person is, 50% of them are dumber than that. Well, some of them are even motivated to be nasty. They think it's funny. I don't. I find that kind of thing fairly petty and pointless. So whilst he wasn't looking, I quietly stashed that one and binned it. But yeah, what a total twat. Anyway, the people that I've met, some of them were really nice. Like, going to be honest, the homes I like working in the most were sort of the average middle class income, not too up high on the bracket, as it were, because they have the sort of nicest attitude, really, and the nicest places to work. Working for the salt of the earth isn't too bad either. The bottom of the pile are kind of great on earnings because they appreciate you. They've saved up hard for their carpet. You go in, you do the fitting, and they're really happy with it. Really happy. The only thing that's kind of quite often dodgy with that is they tend to be the dog owners, and dogs stink. It's not their fault. I'm a cat guy, but I'm a cat guy because dogs sweat salicylates. You know how they can't eat onions? It's because they're basically salicylate intolerant. So they sweat the salicylates out on their fur and out through their pores. The fur is in the oil, not the sweat, obviously, because dogs don't have many sweat glands. Just touching them gives me a headache. It's not an allergy. Like, I can handle being around them and everything, but yeah, they stink. Sorry, it's true. Even a freshly washed nice one. Just trying to think what the best ones are. The bigger the dog, the better off I am, really, to be honest. Small dogs are the worst for it. I don't know if that's because, like, they've got less of a surface area, so more of the chemical is concentrated on them in one place, or what, but yeah. Staffordshire Bull Terriers are bad for it. In fact, even the big Bull Mastiffs are bad as well. Anything that's got bull in the name, to be honest, is a stinker. St. Bernards aren't bad. Golden Retrievers aren't bad. Labradors aren't bad. Newfoundlands are really nice. In fact, most of the water dogs smell all right. So yeah, and they can be filthy and they still smell okay. It's a chemical base smell. It's not like bad body odor or dirty dog. This is something that is completely inherent in the makeup of the grease. And it doesn't matter if you wash it off the moment people wash a dog and they stick loads of freaking smelly oils on them. That doesn't help either. So yeah. And yeah, you'll probably notice I'm coughing more since I ate dinner, and that's because there's a load of veg being cooked downstairs. Couscous and carrots, and there's probably onions involved as well. Hence why I'm not helping out, even though I'm a carer, because I physically can't be in there. So yeah, a bit later on, I'll take a break for a coffee, go outside, do the washing up and everything once all of the steam and everything has dispersed. And sorry for going on about the whole food thing, by the way, but it is slowly starting to become into the public awareness, the problem I have, because the NHS don't even recognise it, which is kind of ironic. Everyone else who's got allergies gets loads and loads of help, and I get sod all. However, Bear Grylls has spotted this problem. He has said that broccoli is evil, and that's how I discovered it. My parents went away for 3 weeks. I didn't eat any veg for 3 weeks, and I felt really good. I was starting to get like lots of stuff done and act like a normal person. My mum came home, heard what had happened, and she cooked me a meal that was basically half broccoli. I ate that, and the next day was physically shaking and white and pale, and I had a headache. I felt crap, and I had no motivation at all. Broccoli's evil. So if your kid doesn't like broccoli, consider they might actually be allergic to it, especially if they're showing behavioral trouble. Because the first symptom of this is aggressive non-compliance. And that doesn't mean they're violent. What it means is that when you tell them to do something, their first reaction is no. Or as an adult or an American might say, go stuff yourself. Why should I? You know, that's what happens in your head. That's the thought process. And there's nothing you can do to stop that happening. It is chemical. These chemicals also cause depression, chronic fatigue, irritable bowel syndrome, and migraines. So if you're suffering any of those, start cutting some veg out your diet and see how you feel. Stop wearing perfumes and deodorants that contain salicylates, and there aren't many that don't. Just to be clear on that one. Do that for 3 or 4 weeks and see if you start feeling any better. It takes that long to get them out your system, especially if you're still being recontaminated from other sources like other people's perfume at the office, that kind of thing. You need to get every source of salicylates out of the area of you. If you start feeling better, then yeah, that's probably what it is. The percentage of people with salicylate intolerance in the UK is predicted to be, because no one's done the tests, but predicted to be around 1 to 1, between 1 and 1.5%. Makes for just over 1.5 million people, I think, in the country or something. Which doesn't sound a lot, but it is. However, that ratio goes up to 5% in British colonial places where we sent convicts and the malcontents, e.g. Australia. And in Australia, because that's where I'm specifically talking about, the rate of salicylate intolerance is nearer 5%. And that's because all of the people that were sent across the water for being rebellious. Wonder why? They were peasants on a vegetable diet. So effectively, the export of criminals to Australia has exported a population to Australia that contains a higher ratio of people who are salicylate intolerant, which probably explains why the Aussies love a Barbie. It's meat. And salicylate intolerance turns you into a carnivore. Serious carnivore. You can't live without it. And to give you an idea of the situation before I knew about this, you could serve me up a vegetarian meal, like, you know, that's all vegetables. It doesn't necessarily have to be fully vegetarian, just a very vegetable meal. And then I'd eat it, and I could eat a quantity of it that, you know, 2 people couldn't eat normally. And then I'll just look at you and go, where's the rest? You know, where's the meat? Where's the protein? So yeah. In an interesting twist, other than various other chemicals that are in Coca-Cola, the actual ingredients of original Coca-Cola aren't that bad for me. I can't drink the modern stuff because it's made with corn syrup and sweet corn or Indian corn, as it's known around the world. Maize, I think it's also known as. That's what we call it in the UK. Is it evil? Utterly evil for people with salicylate intolerance. It's nasty. And since Coca-Cola started using corn syrup in Coca-Cola, I can't drink it. We won't get into Diet Coke and the artificial sweetener problem. However, there is one brand or mix of Coca-Cola which I can drink, and it's kind of an ironic one. If you see an original bottle of Coca-Cola, and instead of the sort of, I think it's red lid, you see a yellow lid on it. Doesn't mean it's got vanilla in it. It means it's kosher. At a certain time of the year, certain things are not allowed to be eaten by Jewish people. And one of those things is maize, corn syrup. So there is actually a mix for, I'm presuming it's circulated mainly in Israel, obviously, but there is a mix of Coca-Cola that is kosher. So I presume it is available in the UK somewhere. We have a fairly good Jewish population. If I can find that stuff, I might be able to drink Coca-Cola again. That'd be nice. I used to drink quite a bit of it. Not in excessive quantities, but, one of the little bottles at lunchtime occasionally, or as a pick-me-up at work to get me through the day, because when fitting carpets, you're working horizontally and you're lifting heavy loads and a few other things. And if you eat and fill your stomach, you're kind of like not going to succeed in your working day. It slows you down. And since we only sort of normally would get a day to do our job, you need to work fast. So we had what we called the golden hours, which you arrive on the job and in the first 3 hours, what you get done, that will affect the rest of your working day. And so in those 3 hours, we'd work continuously, and then we'd stop at lunchtime, and some people would have a quick snack, some chocolate or something high energy. And then you square back into the work, and all the builders and stuff have had 2 or 3 breaks, and you've just been working continuously, sweating your head off, trying to get it done. And then when you finish work, you go ballistic. I used to sort of go to the pub and eat probably 2 persons worth of food. Like there'd be 10 ounces of steak, chips, and another meal on the side of that as well. And then I'd go home and have dinner as well. And you're just getting in your full day's calories in the bit of the day where you can eat and not feel like you're going to be sick because you're throwing it around all the time. Other people just don't understand it. They think you're crazy, but it works. We used to work through lunch effectively, and we'd normally be finished by like 3 or 4 in the afternoon instead of 5 or 6. Sometimes 7 o'clock if I ate lunch, So it's a big difference on your working day. Probably bad for you with diabetes and everything, but hey, in retrospect, glad I lived my life that way because there was no point in maintaining my health. Look what they did to me. And this is the problem with it all. I could have handled it if it was a car accident or something random. You know what's happened there, and if you don't know what's happened, someone probably explains it afterwards. This was just pure incompetence. Pure incompetence. Presenting a trainee doctor as a freaking normal doctor, then making her do a procedure alone that NHS doctrine says requires more than one person. It's just utter... the fact that the consultant in charge of her was South African just makes it even worse. And they all get paid more than I ever have to screw up. That's really, really grinds my gears. And I should stop thinking about it, but I can't. And I haven't had any counselling either, even though I've asked. Don't get that in this country. Still can't tab between vehicles. This is weird. Because that was working last night. I know what the difference is. This is set up as a multiplayer game. Whereas last night I was playing in single player mode. Interesting. Okay. I wonder if that's to stop you tabbing into a vehicle that already contains another player and causing a problem. Be interesting to see if I do get another player in, because that'll be an entire new sort of experimental thing. I haven't actually been in a multiplayer game. Oh no, I've been in one. Yeah, did some testing with Split into and a couple of the other guys one day just to test out the multiplayer when it first came around. So I have been in a game. Big shout out to Split into, by the way. Yep. So yeah, I suppose I have been in a multiplayer game, and that was quite early on, and it worked quite well. That was during the development phase. So yeah, it does work. How well it works is another question, but we weren't having that many problems. At the same time, it was in a highly modified and older map. The guys were working whilst I was in there, and we weren't noticing any lag, and I was just driving around like a nutcase having a look around. First time in the map and everything. Interesting to see, because when people are doing streams and stuff, you don't always see what's behind the scenes in their decorations or in their constructions. So by being able to run around in his map and have a quick look, it's kind of like a behind the scenes tour of a film studio, you know? It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. So yeah, an experience, one that I should really repeat at some point, but probably not as a stream, because he streams his own stuff, and I'm not sure how he'd feel about that. I'll have to find out. I'm pretty sure he's been doing public players into the streams, which I should really watch some of them and catch up. But making your own stream, watching other streams, being a carer, I don't have the hours in the day. If I'm making chainmail and stuff, I quite often have something on YouTube. So maybe when I get into some more weaving, I'll get a bit more experience back in the game. Had my head in Space Engineers for 3 months, so it was a good 3 months though, because that was the time with all the updates and everything that brought in various aspects to it. That combat's far more varied now than it used to be. There's more stuff in the whole thing. If you played it years ago and you went into it now, you might not recognize it in some ways, because there's additional things running around and additional objectives and targets and all sorts. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Just realised I've been misreading the name of a game when it pops up in the little Steam window in the corner. My bad. It's not called what I thought it was called at all. Okay, never mind. Of course, these are all the brown dots before I cut the trees out. That's what all those are. Sat there wondering what they are. They can be handy. When you cut trees out, it can be kind of useful. Can show you where there's resources. That's a very dark patch of dirt. Yeah. Might be something worth looking into under there. Where am I going to put this watchtower? It's a tough call. Just keep digging. Make like Dory. Just keep digging. I might go up and take some more of those trees out rather than just destroying them. Make a lot of sense. When you need to harvest, you need to harvest. Let's have a look at these quests, shall we? $569. Okay, I'm not mining that now. Totally not cutting 500 odd trees right now. What I will do is store the logs I'm about to generate. Eventually, I'll have that. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah. I live in a household with wood burner as the main source of power, like heat a lot of the time. And unfortunately, my father has a habit of just walking in with the wood in his arms and spreading splinters everywhere. They are now all in my socks. What's wrong with using a wood basket, huh? I mean, I know we've broken several wickerwork wood baskets over the course of our life here, but I don't think one basket every 10 years is that big an excess. Sorry. Like stuff wears out, especially when you use it piled up the way that he does. Really heavy-handed, and wickerwork baskets are not designed for being thumped. They're kind of brittle. You know. I mean, he's a mechanical engineer. Why doesn't he just use a metal basket with some kind of closed bottom to stop splinters coming out? Suppose if you never use the Hoover in the house, then you never know the mess you're making. Tomorrow morning's Hoover Day. Today, the lady of the house decided, oh, I'm going to hoover around my chair. So I got the hoover out for her, and 5 hours later, it's still in the middle of the floor being walked over. Bearing in mind, this is a woman with mobility trouble who's done this to herself. So I ended up hoovering up the little area that she wanted. And then the next thing was, oh, can you just do over there? I'm like, what the hell is this? No, I'll hoover the whole house tomorrow in the morning, planned. This whole ippy dippy, let's just move the goalposts. Just another job is bull. It's just bull. And I'll tell you why. It's because when the SS train people, they do a thing for the first few weeks of training, and the SEALs do it as well. And it's called phasing. And it's designed to wash out people who don't have the dedication to be there. So what do? They send you on a 12-mile run. You can see the trucks and the finish line, and the trucks just walk away. They drive off. They drive another 2 miles down the road. You've got another 2 miles to run now. It's called the sickener. And you'd be amazed how many people quit. They quit when they see that the trucks have moved off. The trucks have only gone 100 yards around the corner. They're not going to make you run another 2 miles. They want you as a recruit. They don't want to break you before you get there. So quite often, people fall out of selection and realise that it was only another few feet. Afterwards, obviously. And the American military do the same thing. There's a similar thing that happens in survival training, what they call SERE, SERA. I don't know if they still call it that or whether they still do it. But they used to do a prison camp bit where you got captured, you're in a prison camp, rah-de-rah-de-rah. And it's about a week long, I think, part of the training normally. So everyone moves into, like, I think they call it phase 3. And they all move into the camp, and you're in the camp, and you've got to organize yourselves with a hierarchy. And then they'll take, like, the highest ranking officer there will be removed from the group like he would be in a real situation. And they see which leader develops and comes out. Well, the simulation is a simulation. It used to happen at a camp in North Carolina, and I think it happened around a camp near Langley, Virginia as well. And they know, the people in the training scheme, they know they're in a training scheme. They know they're in North Carolina. That's a fact. But after a week in the camp, they are so badly conditioned, some of them, that they will sign a form saying that they did war crimes for an extra dose of rice. And they know that the training can last no longer than 10 days. They've been in there 7. Like you know, it's amazing how the human mind can be manipulated like that. But yeah, whilst I think back in the Vietnam times, if you failed that part, you didn't get deployed to Southeast Asia in Vietnam. Can't remember where I read that. Pretty sure it wasn't in Carlos Hathcock's book. Waste some of that on my keyboard. I know, I definitely have read about Sarah training somewhere. Might have been in SEAL Team 6, not sure. As I say, I used to read a lot of books, haven't read any for 3-4 years since surgery. Makes you wonder about brain damage, right? Oxygen starvation, gotta love it. That, or maybe I don't need to read books anymore because, you know, we don't know what happens when you die. The reason you don't remember anything from over there might be because everything happens at once. The human brain is designed to accept things sequentially, in order. If it all happened at once, there's no order to find. How can you remember it? Your brain doesn't even have time to record it. But if you had an infinity of time in the few seconds you were dead, you could read every book that was made. You know, you could read everything that was ever written by the human race on the other side and come back a split second later. An interesting one from a parallel universe thing. So you could go to a parallel universe, do a study course that lasts 5 years, and come back and start your master's degree job in some kind of high-end technology thing at 18 years old, which would be kind of cool. Kind of like the Matrix and downloading stuff. It'd be awesome. Never know. Maybe all of this talking on the stream will give me an advantage when I do go out socializing. I won't chew people's ears off when talking to them in the pub. I don't know. Need the money for the drink first. I mean, geez, a pint of beer in this country has become something you need a mortgage for. Not that I can drink beer, so kind of pointless going to the pub, really. Can't drink wine either. Can't drink strongly flavoured spirits like whiskey or sherry or anything like that, but I can drink vodka. But I'm a teetotaler, really, so I don't really do much drinking, and alcohol thins the blood, and when you've got a weak artery, that's probably a dumb thing to do along with raising your blood pressure, so I probably won't be drinking ever again. God, there's not much left to have fun with here. You can see why I'm having problems quitting smoking. There's just nothing else left. It's ridiculous. Can't swap it for chocolate. You know, I can eat chocolate, but after a day or more with chocolate in my diet, I will start showing symptoms, even though it's quite low in salicylates, really. So yeah, kind of annoying as well. You deny yourself all these things to stop yourself getting migraines, and then some old biddy in Sainsbury's is wearing enough perfume that it should be classed as a chemical weapon. Like, gas, 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 mask up. And when you're walking behind someone in fresh air 30 feet away and you can't breathe, they're wearing too much perfume. I wonder what it's doing to their brain chemistry. I really do. So if you know someone who wears a crap ton of perfume and they're suffering from migraines and headaches, you might want to explain this to them. There's plenty of information on the internet. The foremost researchers in it appear to be Australian and in New Zealand. Judging from what's in American food, I doubt they've even heard of the condition. But I might be wrong. Private medicine might have discovered it and decided there is a treatment. It's just not talked about. I don't know. It'd be kind of cool if there was. But, yeah, nope. I am liking the size of these coal seams. It's huge. It makes me think there might be much huger, rich stuff around in this map as well, which is kind of cool. I'm thinking there might be lithium seams around that are this size, or platinum, if that's still in the game. Heck, just finding some gravel will be the start. And I know I need to go deeper. If I cut horizontally in at the level of either of these floors into the hill, back about as far as I've gone, I should start finding stone. So, judging by the way the hoppers were digging, there is a way of just advancing with the hoppers there in a fast digging fashion to dig a trench, but it's kind of cheating. What's that other band that I like from the States? Oh yeah, Real Big Fish. Love a bit of Real Big Fish. Always good. Even though every album's the same kind of thing. But you know, some musicians make their mark by being unique on every album, and others just use the same formula again and again, and it's still good. So yeah, guess it depends on your viewpoint of what is good music. Those who have found the popular hook are very successful, especially the writers. Thinking back to a 90s track called Saturday Night. It was by a chick called Wigfield. And Wigfield, as a performer, not well known, but as a writer, I think she's responsible for most of the hits in the 90s. So, yeah, good work. And by memory, a funky dance routine that everyone knew the steps to in the 90s. Bit like the Macarena. Those days are long gone when everyone knew the dance moves. Only the kids know the dance moves, and it's only because of Glee or High School Musical. I guess we've got to thank Disney for something, giving kids rhythm. It's not just the... I don't thank Disney for what they've done to Star Wars, though. And whoever rewrote the most modern of the Halo games and made them look like Fortnite on the colour scheme is a fool. That game sold on the fact it was a little bit dirty and a little bit real and a little bit sci-fi. You know, the realistic human mixed in with the advanced tech of the Covenant was... In the old games, it looked right, and in the new games, it just doesn't. Too much cutesy, too many primary colours, too many softening of sharp edges. Ugh. Makes me want to throw. Can't stand Fortnite either. So whilst I play shooting games, I don't play those ones. I played World of Tanks for a bit, and then it went terrible. Friends of mine play World of Warships, and from what they've said, I'm not even going to get involved. I remember the days where a warship simulator was pretty serious. Unless you're going to engage people at battleship gun ranges and stuff, like in a realistic environment that isn't a fake, what's the point? The last big fighting ship game I played was one called Fighting Steel. Didn't have much landscape in it. It was just big open blue ocean. The models weren't particularly advanced, but the mathematics calculations behind things like accuracy and rate of fire and that kind of thing were very complicated. So if you're the speed you're going, sea state, rate of turn, your spotting ability, your cruise abilities, all of that was added in, and it was highly advanced on the sort of the fleet management side of things. You had to keep so many ships serviceable to maintain your fleet, otherwise you lost points. So you had to be rolling them through training and rest and repair, as well as being on duty. It was it wasn't a bad game. I mean, it needed development. It's one of those that if they developed a modern version would be awesome. And obviously, being World War II era, you can forget missiles. Played some more modern ones, and going to be honest, fleet carrier games where you're commanding carrier groups and it's missiles and fighters, and yeah, it's just more like a top-down strategy sim or top-down strategy game than it is a sea warfare simulator. I know that's how sea warfare is now, but there's nothing quite the same as sticking 12 sort of 15-inch guns onto a target and pulling the trigger and just crump, crump, crump with some decent animations of the explosions when you look toward the enemy ship with binoculars or zoom to it by centering it in the viewpoint. You could watch the arrival of the shot sort of like a few seconds later, depending on the range, 15 to 30 seconds. So you could fire, stick your ship onto a new heading, fire off some torpedoes, and then go and look at the other ship and watch the artillery arrive, and then see where the torpedoes were going, and sort of thing. It was good. It was good. Those were good days. It's amazing how some of the older games just haven't been equaled. One of the few that has been equaled is Elite. The Elite Dangerous is at least big enough to take on the other one. You know, it's a Goliath of an old game. Rewriting that was challenging, but they did really well, considering. Because Elite used to take an awful long time to play. People don't like playing for a long time these days. Life too busy, got to go to work, etc., etc. This cold just seems like it's going on forever here. Might have to come up the hill again. I should debate how to take this forward over my next cup of coffee. I'm trying to think of the best way of doing this, but that seems definitely running that way and that way. Up and across. So I'm sure that there are other players. Yeah. That's an annoying place for a breakdown. Legendary character. Dude, which bit's gone then? Okay, we got an ECU gun. We got a sensor. So it's an ECU and a sensor. Okay. I normally buy these in bulk, but this time around I'm just going to buy them as it happens. Okay. Definitely coming up on another cup of coffee. Starting to have problems sort of thinking. Only sort of thinking. Just like, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Okay. Incidentally, if you're ever cooking your own fries or chips and you're wondering why they don't go crispy, peel them the day before and leave them in water. Those are some of the best fries I've had in ages. Or chips, depending on where you're from. In my world, they're chips, but the French call them fries as well. French fries, obviously. Though French fries are traditionally skinnier. And yeah, I can't eat the ones from McDonald's or Burger King. They contain corn flour, which is made from maize. So yeah, kind of stuffed there. I think Burger King's might be all potato. But either way, it's reprocessed nasty, so it's probably got a preservative in it. In fact, there's not much I can eat from fast food places. Burger King burgers are okay. Just get a seedless bun. No vegetables in it. No pickles. No relish. No nothing. Just burger, cheese, bacon. It's good. Gonna have to get to a hog roast at some point. Been a long time since I've been to a hog roast. The idea of just sitting there and stripping a carcass of meat, and yeah, I might just have to get my own for the home. Just get roasting spit, start cooking some. It's good. Sorry to the vegetarians or vegans or animal rights lovers out there, but animals eat other animals. I'm just an animal. To believe I am anything beyond an animal is arrogance. I'm a thinking animal and an advanced animal, but base facts. Hungry humans will do anything for food, just like a hungry fox or a hungry lynx. Saw some funny footage last night of a lynx that got into a chicken coop and the farmer managed to grab it. He's holding it by the scruff of the neck, and I've never seen an animal look so ashamed of itself and so angry at the same time. It's like, this is humiliating. What the hell has happened here? How did this happen? I should imagine that, like, if it ever sees any of it, like, it's probably going to have to spend the rest of its life alone, because if the other lynxes find out about that, it's going to have the piss taken out of it endlessly. It's never going to live it down. You went into a chicken coop and you killed a load of chickens, and then the farmer grabbed you and you lived to tell the tale. Obviously not an American farmer, because they just shoot them. But this guy was Canadian, obviously. They're so nice. The Canadians shooting you politely. Even in warfare, they're known as nice. And to be fair, I've known a couple of Canadians. They are nice. They're good folks. Pity about their politics. The politicians are another breed. I don't think they're actually from the same country as the countries they lead, because they always seem to be weirdos. But if you want power, you've probably got a mental health problem anyway. I know that most people I've met who want to have a job with power over people have got a problem with not having power in their lives, or are bullies. I've met more than one person who became a copper because they enjoyed bullying people. I've met more than one traffic copper who's only a traffic copper because they like driving quickly. Yeah, hypocrisy in the authorities. It's everywhere. At least most of them aren't armed in this country, so we have a much lower firearms rate from the police than a lot of other places do. And I'm not just thinking about the United States there. I'm thinking about how often the French shoot people as well, and the Germans. In fact, most of Europe has police forces with guns, except the UK. Interesting that the UK is home of a 600-year-old democracy and had the most violent civil war in all known history. Yes, the American Civil War killed more people, but as a head of population count percentage, the English have had the most horrendous civil war in all history. So, yeah. And the irony of that is that it started less than 5 miles from here. So, yeah, that was messy, even though the biggest battles didn't happen around here. Likewise, a couple of revolutions, peasant uprising against weavers and looms back in the 1500s. There's a lot of it. Yeah, awful lot of it. I guess the British parliamentary system and democracy has made mistakes that are yet to be made by other democracies in the world. They just haven't lived long enough yet. All democracies meet certain points in their development and evolution. Whether they survive is chance. When I started digging into this resource, I didn't realize it was quite the size it is. This is huge. I wonder if it's just a strip that runs all the way through the mountain all the way up. Probably spilt like all over the tarmac, but never mind. Or rather, spilt it all over the concrete because, you know, we've got a tarmac layer in this game, or a road paver, whichever way you look at it. So I should anticipate the ability to make tarmacadam fairly soon. Seems to be the way. I'm looking forward to something that was mentioned in the Friday update. I'm looking forward to the drag lines. I've got a soft spot for drag lines. Long time ago, when I was a little kiddie, I wanted to make a drag line, but we didn't have all the bits for the Meccano. Did have a bit to make a 4-foot long lifting bridge though, so that was kind of cool. Or no, it was a spin bridge, rotating one. Yeah. Made something that looked like London Bridge as well at one point. Yeah, built a few different things. Meccano's kind of cool, or it was. I don't know if it still is, but back in the 50s, Meccano was awesome. And that was the stuff that I was using. The electric motors were a little bit dangerous, though. Very high torque and a lot of sparks. You get your fingers caught in the gears of a Meccano set, you knew about it. Got a feeling the modern ones just aren't like that. They've probably got like little shearable bits in the middle of the cogs, so if something gets trapped in it, they break or something. Knowing health and safety ruins everything. Want to make the world a better place? Start removing safety warning stickers. And whilst I'm on my next break, there's going to be a toothpick involved. There is something wedged in one of my back teeth. Not good. Might run the toothbrush over them at the same time. 2.5 million. Excellent. We're starting to get into big load of territory now for the cash, which is good. Oh, but a legendary character. It's Rascal King. This is Rascal King. Sorry, I get music in my head and I have to remember who it is and who the artist is. Otherwise, I get annoyed at myself because music quizzes I used to be really good at. You know, the whole name the artist and the song, or name the artist and the year kind of thing. Probably not so good anymore. I don't listen to much radio. It's mainly because what's on the radio is absolutely terrible. Modern music has not got it. Sorry. But it's true. Some of it has, but most of it's just got no soul, no feel, no nothing. It's just generic. That does make me laugh that America has no clue who the Monkey Man is. Robbie Williams. No, he came up with the good one there. Showing himself as the monkey on the organ. Very clever. And a good way of not needing Robbie in the filming. Kind of expensive. But yeah, because he never had a hit in America. Kind of ironic, because I'd have thought that Angels would have gone down so well in the States, but obviously not. It was like his first hit on his own after he left a boy band. But yeah, it's a movie I'll probably never see, I'm going to be honest. But it was in the media. I read a news story about it the other day, so... I don't think I need to see his life story. I was sort of there for most of it. It was around the same time that, you know, the Spice Girls were a dominant force in the pop world. What I call my teenage years. Oh, that's a nice colour, whatever that is back there. That might be a lithium deposit. Okay. Just check there's nothing crazy going down here, that this bit hasn't blocked up or been buried, because that's happened before to me before now. No. Looks all good. Not much coming out of that one. Oh no, it's running. Okay. Gonna have to separate those out so I can see which is which, whether they're running or not. Oh, okay, so you can do it that way or you can do it the other. Oh, okay. That's all right. Those were seconds, not minutes on that production. I can live with it. Legendary. I think to accomplish the quests, you have to sell the item out of your inventory. So the coal that I've been pouring out into the sales thing probably wouldn't apply to those. It has to be done in one hit by memory. Though that may have changed. I know they've been working on it. one of the little bits of testing I have done recently was to do with the quests just before I started these streams, because they were apparently not working. But it's a multiplayer thing. They were working for me in single player, but I needed another player to test it, and just no one available in my group, so they're all on other games, none of which I own. I'd take it personally, but to be quite honest, after my last performance in a multiplayer game that was serious, I'm not sure I'm up for it. Definitely, I'm terrible as an instructor. Zero patience as a teacher, which is a pity because, you know, those who can teach according to the adverts, but in my case, it would be those who can't do anything that they used to do anymore teach because there's nothing left for them. But the idea of riding herd on a bunch of teenagers or younger, ugh, no, hate it, hate the idea. I mean, don't get me wrong, I used to help out at an airsoft site and supervise games and, you know, what they call marshalling or a director of safety, depending on which way you look at it. I didn't mind supervising the 11 to 18-year-old days, but it was very reassuring that the parents signed a release form. And whoever had written that release form, it's 2 pages of small print. And when I read through it, it pretty much gave us permission to shout at them, physically discipline them to ensure their safety, ban them from the site if they misbehaved, and a few other things. Which was kind of ironic because when it says physically discipline, what it means is we have the ability to manipulate you with our hands physically if there is a problem. So if someone has decided that they're getting into a fight with someone and they're about to hit someone with like the back end of a gun, that's the point that we were allowed to start hitting them, because that's for disciplinary purposes. And that didn't just apply to the kids. On more than one occasion, we had to body slam an adult. So yeah, kind of funny. But the responsibility of it and looking out for them was the one half. But the other half is I was getting attached to them. You know, they were my mates and my friends, and too young for a bloke my age to hang around with. You know, bad influence and all that. So yeah, a bit of a heartbreaker. I think that's why perhaps I don't like it. The loyalty to the crew, but kids be fickle and they move on. So yeah, it's a pity because the lot that we were working with, they were quite good, quite well behaved. There weren't many idiots amongst them, at least not after the first 2 weeks. I think it's because they had something to lose when they were on the site. You know, they liked being there. They could be banned if they misbehaved, and they behaved. Simple. Yeah, it was good. Good times. That's got rid of a few more trees anyway. 200 of the 500 needed for that mission. Ooh, something just crashed. Yep, the game just crashed on me. Well, now we know. 4 hours and 4 minutes. Or was that the end of the quest that I was doing? That's the question. Let's load it back up and find out. But I don't know when I last saved or when the autosave will be. Okay, have we got it back? Yeah, we got it back. Right. Okay. I mean, there's no one watching the stream at the moment, so that's not so bad. Let's just see where we got to. Because it might have been the autosave crashed it. That's development software. That's development software. Well, must have been over half an hour ago. Yeah, I'm 200 gram down. That'd be about half an hour. Right. Time for a break after that much frustration. See if it stays alive or I'm going for coffee this time. Come on, game. Play the BG thing. Staying alive. Staying alive. I'm never going to go that high pitch, by the way. Not a hope. My throat just is not small enough for that. And my jeans aren't tight enough. Like that's the secret of singing like a BG. You've got to be wearing the 80s gear on the crotch. You know what I'm saying? Bit like Michael Jackson. Whenever he hits the high notes, you'll notice he grabs his crotch. I shouldn't take the piss out. I know he's dead and he's king of pop and all that kind of thing, but it's funny how many of the kings of pop have ended up dead through a dodgy prescription in the last few years, okay? MJ, Prince, how many others had a nasty drug delivered to them that have died unexpectedly? I mean, Whitney Houston ended up croaking in the bath, and look at the speed that Carrie Fisher and her mum went. You know what I'm saying? Like something's running through the celebrity world, and it ain't pretty. It really isn't. Add in the fact that talented people I know have deliberately avoided it. It's something in it that they didn't like the look of. So yeah, interesting. Never mind all of the whole. What do they call it? It's in all the media at the moment. Bohemian Grove. What they're calling the Illuminati these days. They seem to have to come out with a new name for it all the time. I know them as the Bilderbergers. That's not because they're chefs. They don't build burgers. It was the hotel they first had the meeting. And it's a meeting of all of the apparently high up people in the world who they get together once a year and setting prices and planning stuff out in big industries and that kind of thing. Basically, if you bomb the Bilderberger meeting, you might solve most of the problems in the world. Or you might completely wreck most of the people who are stopping the chaos. But I doubt that. I don't believe in an organized sort of a criminal underworld might be unorganized, but some kind of secret society that runs the world. There's nothing running it. It randomly fell together. I mean, really, you never heard the expression, it's an organized screw up? And that was what I meant about the roller on the hill. You saw how long it took for me to hit the brakes and then reverse direction of travel. And that's because it's just accelerating under its own weight. This is going to be interesting if it happens with the tracked vehicles, because when tracked vehicles go down high speed on hills, they tend to shed bits of track and all sorts. Never seen that one happen live, but I've seen it happen on a pipe laying. It looked like a pipe laying trench for natural gas or the oil industry on a big hill, and the brake let go, or they were towing a broken piece of machinery up the slope, and yeah, I think either the cable broke or it jumped the hook over a lump or something, and next thing it's rolling down the hill at really high speed. Never seen a bulldozer go so fast. Say bulldozer, it's one of the side lifting cranes they use for putting the pipes in. I don't know what they're actually called. They also use them for re-railing locomotives. They're kind of a bulldozer chassis, and they've got like a crane on the side of them. normally got a set of gas axes and stuff mounted on them as well. They're very multi-tool when they're used by the railways. See them in the United States a lot, but that's because you guys have more derailments, I think, per mile than a lot of the UK does. Like it's quite rare for a derailment in the UK. They do happen, but not like yours do. It's one is the volume of freight involved, obviously. We just don't have trains that length. But I think the other is the fact that, gonna be honest, we invented railways. Enough said. So we've had all the really bad accidents a lot earlier and learned some heavy lessons. Harrow and Wealdstone sticks out as a nasty. That was bad. The modern ones aren't bad by comparison, but when you get two trains full of guys in the First World War crash into each other and it kills everybody, like 500 people dead on each train, you know, it's just a different scale back in the days of early railways. But America had the same trouble too. I mean, they were crashing trains for entertainment. Not sure how that entertaining that is if you want to get on a train to go home, but yeah. Whilst I like railways, by the way, I'm not the rivet counting type, so don't ask me to start identifying locos or anything like that. I haven't got a clue. It's diesel. That's about as close as I get on the modern stuff is diesel. Steam stuff I'm a little bit better on, but I'm still not a rivet counter. I still prefer having a laugh and driving them to actually learning which one's what. I know the difference between different brands. I know the difference between different types. Know how to drive them. But yeah, don't ask me to explain the history. Sorry, I'm just checking through messages and that kind of thing at the moment, and going to the content creators on the Out of Ore Discord thing. Yeah, I thought that would happen. I posted about a stream last night, and the other streamers have just like hammered the creator section, which is kind of funny. Yeah, some of those do look like big hell builds. Give him that. Should probably jump out of that so it doesn't burn out all of its fuel. That's ironic. I said I'd check my messages, and literally one came in at that moment. That was hilarious. I hate things like that in my life, but at the same time, it's kind of handy. The amount of times that I'll want to see a friend who I haven't seen in a long time, so I'll just go for a quick walk around town, and they'll be there. You know. Likewise, if it's news that I need to know, I generally will find someone willing to tell me in not long. But if I go for a walk around town, it's just the way things are. Yeah, 4:15. I'm going to knock this stream on the head now. Looks like the latency thing has improved the graphics though. So yeah, thank you for joining me at the moment. I'm going to take a quick break that's a bit longer, perhaps half an hour, 40 minutes, and I'll be back. So do I end it or do I just leave it here running? Yeah, I'll end this one and retitle a new one. Yeah. There we go. That'll do it. And it is doing the chores and drinking the coffee. The washing up needs doing. If you're wondering about this thing on my forehead here, I walked into a tree, and of course, if I get a lump of vegetable in there, it reacts badly. End up with an ulcerated sore and all sorts. Got one there. I got one on my knee. Had one on this little finger. Don't play with brambles. Yeah, but thank you all for joining me, everybody. Been fun. The next session being the late night one, I will probably be a bit quieter, and maybe see you again soon. Look after yourselves till then, and yeah, good luck in your minds if you got them. So yeah, see you again soon. Bye for now.